Welcome to the SQL Injections Unlocked. My name is Avinash and I'll be instructor for this course. Let me quickly guide you through the amazing experience which you can expect from this course. There are 5 phases in which we have designed this course. The first one is the fundamentals, where I have told you the what, when, where, why and how of SQL injections and the lab setup which you will need for the course. After that we have the basics, where I'll teach you the basics of SQL language, not SQL injections, but of the SQL language. And then we will take a look at the different types of SQL injection attacks. In the third section of attack techniques, we will be learning about the different ways to do SQL injection attacks, and we will learn the practicals of different SQL injection attack types. After that, we will be talking about the industry tools in the fourth section, where we'll be talking about the various automated and semi-automated tools to help you with performing SQL injection attacks more efficiently. Finally, in the last section, that is defending SQL injections, I will give you the best industry practices to defend against the SQL injection attacks. Now, I'm not a programmer, so I'll not teach you the coding stuff, but I'll teach you what the real stuff is. So, are you excited just like me? Well, wait a second, because we have some prerequisites for you to know beforehand. Before starting this course, you need to have a fundamental understanding of the following concepts, that is, having a basic knowledge of web servers and database servers. Now, of course, I am not expecting you to know how to configure these, but just you should know how they work and what exactly are they. You should also be aware about the concept of HTTP requests and responses, and also you should know about the cookies and headers. If you do not have idea about any of these, just go ahead, do a Google search away, and you will have the result in front of you, know them and come back. Also, if you have some prior experience with the Burp Suite tool and the SQL language, that would be desirable. But again, it's not mandatory because during the course, I'll be teaching you all of the things on the way. So now that you know what's the plan, let's get started from the next lecture. First things first, what are SQL injections and why do they occur? This is a very interesting question since this particular attack or vulnerability is being listed by the OWASP top 10 list and it has been there for years. So as you might have already guessed, SQL injection is a website vulnerability that directly affects its database. So when you have some vulnerable input field, which is just taking your input as it is, putting that on the MySQL command of the target and executing it as it is without any checks or without any kind of sanitization, then this vulnerability may occur. So as an attacker, instead of putting some normal data in some input field, if that field is vulnerable, you may just want to put some real command. And if that input is taken directly for the command to be executed by the target, then your command will get executed as well. So this is a very dangerous vulnerability, and according to a 2020 research by Acunautics, about 8% of websites are still vulnerable to the SQL injection attack. So to explain you this term, let me just go to Google and search for a very popular car example of SQL injection. So as you can see, I am on Google and I have typed SQL injection car example. I say Google search and you will get to see this page. So just click on images. That's what you want to see. And in here, select the first image. So this is going to be the image through which I'll explain you the attack and basically the concept behind how it works. So this is something you will really enjoy because this is really a nice one. And firstly, let me just tell you that this image is not mine. So I have not created this image. I do not own any of the rights for this particular picture or image. I'm showing you this just for a reference, and basically this example, this specific car example of SQL injection is being taught to me in the F5 official classes. So when I was attending the official classes of F5, they told me this example and I thought that this is a really great one to clear the concept of SQL injection. So I'm going to give you the same example today in here. But again, all of the rights of this image and basically the whole example goes to the Hackaday website from which we are able to see this image, and to Google, and finally to the F5 who gave this example. Before telling you this example, let me just give you a short backstory on what exactly is happening. So a person who broke the traffic rules, and the rule was that you cannot run your car in more speed than what is in a certain range. You cannot go above that, but this person just ran the car in much more higher speed. For that reason, he got a lot of over-speeding fines on his record. Now one day, he had to use the same car to cross a checkpoint, and where the number of his car was also stored. The owner of the car was a hacker who didn't really want to pay the amount in the checkpoint and didn't really want any kind of punishment. What he did was he just found out an SQL injection vulnerability on the OCR scanner software in the checkpoint, which basically scanned for the number plate of an car and digitalized it and then executed it, running it on the command. So whatever command the checkpoint software or the OCR software might be using in there, that was vulnerable to SQL injection. And because of that, you can just think it executed the whole input of the digitalized command that is put in here and executed it on their command. The command given by the attacker as well got executed. You can just see this quotation mark in here means ignore everything that is before it, and whatever is after that is going to be executed. So it means drop database stabilize. And this is the malicious part. Drop the whole database. That means delete the whole database, and in that database only the records of the overspeeding fines of this hacker or this car owner were stored. So all of that got deleted in a second, and this is how this vulnerability really works. So basically when an input field is vulnerable and it executes all the commands, all the input directly in their command without any special checks or sanitization, in those cases, this vulnerability comes into play, and a hacker can use that vulnerability in order to get some data or maybe do a lot of different kinds of destruction, as this person did of dropping or deleting the whole database of the target. If I have to show you another website kind of example, this was one example and an okay example for car, but now let's get practical and talk about web hacking only. So I have a login page in here. You can see there is an input field, username, and there is another input field for password. So a person who will basically put their username as something like Avinash and password like, let's say 123. This might be the input that a user may give and try to log in. If the condition is specified true, then they will log in. If the password is wrong, they will not log in, as I have not logged in here because my password and username were wrong. So let me just explain you how the target database might be working. So you can try to understand it by learning the logic behind SQL injection attacks. Now consider that the target might be using a query in their database server such as select star from login where username is equal to this and password is equal to that. So anything can be there in the place of username and password, and you control those two fields. Whatever you type in the username, that gets executed, and whatever you type in the password, that's get executed in the same command. And by the way, here in this command, login is the table. So let's say an example table, and select star, that is the star. It means everything. Select everything from user, where username is equal to this and password is equal to anything. And if there is an entry found in the database, you will get logged in. If there is not, you will not get logged into any account. Let's consider one parameter of password in this example. So think about it. You put your password in the password parameter or password input field, and the expected input is like password will be something like XYZ. But a hacker like me will not put that password like XYZ. What I will do is I'll just go and close the whole X statement with the single quotes, as you can see in the what if, and after that whatever I give that YZ, that is extra. That was never supposed to exist, but that is still existing because I closed the whole statement X, that is the password field, in between only, and after that whatever I say is extra. Now in that extra part I can just go and write some malicious command. So an exploit can be like select star from login, that means select everything from login, where username is equal to, let's say, Avinash, and password is equal to X or 1 is equal to 1. And then these semicolon, that is how a general SQL query may end. So the only part to understand here is that username is equal to Avinash, that should be in the database, and because we took the parameter, the attack parameter, the vulnerable field, as the password, so in the password field, I just say X, I close the whole syntax using the single quotes, and after that I say or 1 is equal to 1. That is a universal truth. 1 always equals to 1. And because of that, you can just think about it that all of the entries that were in the database will get shown to you in the output of the target. So this is the attack. You just use some malicious and some tricky part of your SQL language and your knowledge area to make some payload like this and extract the required information. In this case, it means password can be X or 1 is equal to 1. So this or 1 is equal to 1 nullifies the X statement. Doesn't matter whatever you put there, because you have said another statement that can be true, that is or 1 is equal to 1. Now because 1 is always equal to 1, you will get to see all of the information, all of the entries or rows or columns that were in the database of the target. This is how the simple attack works. And actually, this is not just one type of payload that you can use. This is a very common one, but again, there are many different methods that you can use to achieve this level of payload and hacking, that you can extract like different kinds of data, and data like information for username of admin and password as well of users, and a lot of different stuff. So you can do a lot of destruction with this attack, and that is why this attack really needs to be solved, because this is really dangerous. And also, if you just see the last lecture of this whole section or course, you will get to see that I suggested some measures to take to defend SQL injection attacks. So when you just complete the whole practical hacking part of this course, like the SQL injection attack types and techniques, just have a look at that defending against SQL injections video as well, because that is where I'll suggest you the measures of how to secure these fields. And actually, securing it is not that easy, and that is the reason this specific vulnerability is still found in many number of websites still in 2020. So I hope you got the basic concept behind the SQL injections. Now in the next lecture, we'll continue with the special attack types and basically building up our lab and starting with the different attack techniques. And all of those stuff we are going to cover in the later lectures. So let's get started now with the real stuff. In this lecture, let's set up our practice lab for the course. The first thing to set up here would be XAMPP. XAMPP is a program you want to install, and it is available for Windows, Linux, as well as for OS X. So whichever operating system you have, according to that, you can download it. Now the version which I would recommend is 7.2.33. So you can just download it and install it. It's a simple next installation which I think you can do yourself. That's why I'm not gonna show you that thing. Now once you're done with the XAMPP installation, you want to go to the folder where XAMPP is installed. So in my case, it is in the C drive in the folder of XAMPP, and in here you see the files, all of the files, and this confirms that yes, you have installed XAMPP successfully. Now to start XAMPP, you just have to do one thing in here, that is to start or run this XAMPP start.exe file. Alternatively, you can just use the start menu, search for XAMPP, and open this control panel. Once the XAMPP control panel has been opened, you just have to click on the start button for Apache as well as for MySQL, because these are the two things which we'll be talking about in the course. Alright, now you don't need this XAMPP control panel, so you can close it. Okay, so this XAMPP is gonna be now the platform on which I'll teach you the basics of MySQL, as well as if needed later on we can also consider installing some custom applications on this platform so that we can learn about different kinds of SQL injection attacks. Apart from this, we are also going to use an online application called test.php. So you can just search about that on Google, and the first result would be the correct one and the one in which you want to go. So this is the website which we'll be using for hacking. Actually, this is an intentionally left vulnerable site for people like you and me to practice their hacking skills, right? Now, in this application, we have this particular option, that is browse categories. You go in that and you click on paintings. So this is the exact place where we will be practicing a lot of SQL injection attacks for the course, and this is gonna be the main location of that. And also another app for the same purpose would be the Ultra Mutual. So let me just search about that on Google. So you just search about it on Google, and the first link is the one in which you want to go. This again is an app that acts like a vulnerable bank site, but of course it's fake and is on purpose. All of these things together will make up our lab. Now let's cover the basics of SQL language in this video. Now, of course, I'm not going to teach you the whole SQL language in one shot in a single lecture, but what you need is very basic knowledge of this language so that you can write basic syntax on your own and also understand the behind the scenes and working of the SQL injection attacks that we are going to do later in the course. Okay? So the first thing to do here would be to start the MySQL program itself. Before even doing that, make sure that you have your XAMPP control panel installed, and in that, you just have to start the MySQL, right? Now we can close it, and in here you will have a folder in the XAMPP folder basically called the MySQL folder, right? As you can see, we just go in that, and in here you will have something called bin. Just open up a command prompt or a terminal window on the same location, and in here just type MySQL -u for user and specify a user. So let's say root. Now by default, XAMPP is not having any password on the root user, so you will face no problems logging into it. Okay, so now we are in the console. The first thing to do here would be to show the databases. So you can use the command called show databases to see what databases are existing in here. So we have these main databases which are already present. Now let's create a new database. So we can just say something like create and database, So this is the syntax. You just say create database and you specify the name of the new database that you want to create. So let's give it a name called Y, right? And just hit enter and the database would be created. To check if it is really created or not, you can just say show databases command again, and as you can see, the new database that we just created is also being listed right here. Okay. Now let's select this database using the use Y command. So you just say use and the database name and hit enter. Alright, so database has been changed and this is indicated by the none to Y. So before we were not in any databases, we were not using any specific database, but now we are in the Y database that we just created. Okay, now we can start with our tables. So to check if any table exists on this database or not, you can just use the show tables command. Now as you can see, it's an empty set, means no table exists right there. Okay, so let's create one then. Now to create a table, use the create command with table. So you want to create a table with what name? So now specify the name. Let's say we want to create a table with the name of users. Now in here we also have to specify the column. So in this table, what kind of columns would be there, right? So first let's specify the name in this bracket. That will be name, right? And also we will have to specify the data type. So what kind of data will this column contain, right? So I'm going to use varchar as the data type, as I'm using the MariaDB version of MySQL. Okay, and we also have to specify the data limit or the character limit that I think 100 would be enough for. Okay, so let's just revise it. So you want to create a table with the name of users in which there will be a column called name and the data type of which would be varchar with a character limit of 100. So I hope that's clear, and we just created it. To check if it is created or not, we can just use the show tables command. And as you can see, our user table has been created. Now let's try to check the contents of this table. So for that, we can just use the command called select star, and from where? So from the table of users, and you will have to specify semicolon, otherwise problems may occur. So in here, this star means everything. So select everything from users and show us whatever is there. We hit enter, and as you can see, it's an empty set. That means no data or information is filled in there in the columns, whatever things were there. It's all empty. Now let's try to insert some values in it. For that, we can use a command called insert into. Then we specify the name of the column. So it will be users, and what we want to insert, they are values. So insert into the table called users, and what we want to insert, that's values, and in bracket we can actually specify the value. So I have just one table, and with one column I can just say the value. So let's say Avinash, and we'll have to specify a semicolon in there. Okay, so one row has been affected. Now let's try to run the same command, and as you can see, this column has been filled. Similarly, you can just add many more values in it. So let's say Bob, or any random name that you would like to add in here. So we can choose anything in here. Let's say Lion, right? So we created a few values in here, and let's just see them. Okay, so Avinash, Bob, and Lion. I am not sure if that spelling is correct, but anyways, this is how you insert some values in the tables, right? Now let's learn how to delete a table. For that, you can use the drop command, and actually you can even drop the whole database at once. But let's just be systematic and let's drop the table users first. Okay, now we can do the dropping of the database in the same way. So just say drop database, and what was the name of the database? It was Y. So just drop it, and as you can see, we are no more in the Y because that has been deleted completely, that has been dropped. Okay, so now if we just go ahead and try to see the databases, you will see that there is no database called Y in there now. So we just created table, databases, columns, and deleted everything, right? So this is how you do the basic management with MySQL. But before ending the lecture, I also want to show you a few functions which you can use in MySQL. So the three basic functions are going to be the select user, running which will give you the information of the current user. So as you can see, we are running with the root user on the localhost, right? Another thing in the same way is function of version, right? Running this command will give you the exact version that you are running of MySQL. Another thing will be to select the database, which will tell you which database you're already in, right? So you can just see we are in no database right now because we just deleted the database in which we were in right there. But we can just go to any database. Let's say use test because that was a database that existed. Now if we run that same command, it will show the current database, right? So these were a few things to do with MySQL, and actually there are a lot of different stuff which you can do with it, and actually I'm going to teach you many more things like union, where clause, and a lot of stuff in the upcoming lectures. But this was all you wanted to know about MySQL language at first and as the base. Now we can do a lot of stuff afterwards. This was all about MySQL basics for this video. Now let's talk about the few different types of SQL injection attacks that you should be aware about. And the reason to be aware about them would be that in a real test, in real life, you may have to switch between the different types or techniques of SQL injections depending upon who is your target. So because of that, let's just cover it in this video. Now, when it comes to the SQL injection attacks, it has been mainly divided into two categories. The first one is called the in-band SQL injections, which is all about when you get some response to your queries in the form of result from the target. Or the second one is the inferential SQL injection. That is not based on response. In that case, everything is blind. You do not get any response, and that's the behavior-based SQL injection attack. So, let's start with the in-band SQL injections. For this, just think about a database of paintings. You are on a website, and it is a website that has a lot of paintings stored in it. You wanna browse through them, or you wanna search through them, okay? There are two ways you can do that. The first way is to search by ID. Any picture that has the ID of 1, any picture that has the ID of 2, any picture that has the ID of 3, according to that. Or you may search them on the basis of their prices. So any picture that costs less than $5,000, any picture that costs more than $20,000. In those cases, you will, according to your search, get some result from the target. So in those cases, you are going to use the union-based SQL injection that is coming under the in-band SQL injection. So when you are getting some response from your target in form of data like pictures or paintings or anything else, then that's a data-based SQL injection, where most probably you'll be using the union-based SQL injection technique as I just mentioned. Now, it's not like every time you have some response from the target in in-band SQL injections, you will always get some data. No. Instead of those data, you may even get some errors. So you might have noticed that when there is a problem with the target's database, you just go there and let's say click on some button, you get some error. In those cases, you will be using the error-based SQL injection technique. And now let me show you some examples of the in-band SQL injection. So you can see I'm here on my command line, basically in the MySQL program. And in this, I'm going to go on a database that is dark. You can see I'm on the database of dark. In this, I'll list the tables. You can see there is only one table, that is of login. And if I list the contents of the login table, you can see there are 4 columns, ID, name, password, and country, and only one entry or row in them. Now here, let me just start by explaining you the union-based SQL injection technique. So where you are basically getting some data as response from the target. Okay? So this is the command for that. Select star from login, union select 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I'm not going to explain you the meaning of it because that's something we will be learning in the union-based SQL injection video. So where we will specifically talk about the attack, how this works and what this command means. But in here, just understand the logic, what is happening. Basically, you can see in this select star from login, basically in this login table, we have one entry. Now in the union-based SQL injection type, we use a payload, that is this one, and we try to create one additional row, that virtual row that doesn't exist, but we just create that using this command as a temporary row or entry below this one where we can extract the required data. So if I just run this command, you can see I have a virtual row now. Okay. Now from this virtual row, I can extract information. So let me show an example. Let me try to get the database name using the database function in the place of 1. So in the place of ID, that is 1, we will be getting the information. And you can see we have the database name as we wanted. Now using this attack, you can just extract any data that you want. And it's very simple attack. I'll teach you the syntax and everything in the upcoming lectures. Now since we have also talked about the error-based SQL injection, where instead of data, you get some error as the response in the in-band SQL injection category only. So here, let me just show you an example of error-based SQL injection as well. For this, first of all, I'm going to move to another database that is called Y. And in here, if I just list the name of tables, there is this one user table. And these are the contents in it. Basically just one column and 3 rows. That doesn't matter because we don't care about this content right now in this error-based SQL injection. Let me just simply write the payload first and then explain you the things. So as you can just see, I have typed out the command here, the payload, that is select name from users, where name is equal to Avinash or 1 is equal to 1, group by round rand function, having min is equal to 0. Now again, I'm not going to explain you these things right now to you because I'm giving you examples of all the different things in just one lecture. So to not confuse you, I'll not be explaining you the meaning of this command, but still you should understand that this particular payload or command is gonna cause some error. Okay. So let me just tell you in brief so that you can understand and we can continue with the video that what is gonna be the error. Well, see, it's just that it will be creating some random value and it will be having a seed value. So all of those random values will ultimately be same. And then we will just round off the values just like we do in mathematics. We will round off the values to the nearest 0 or 1 because that's only the range 0 to 1 of these values. So because we rounded off to 0 or 1, there's a 100% chance that values are going to repeat and there will be a duplicate entry. Now because of that, we are going to get an error because our command cannot show the exact value. Okay? It will not be able to show you the exact result since there are duplicates. Like let's say there is 1 0, but after that there are 2 entries with the value, the corresponding value, or you can say value on side of that written as 1. So you can just think about it, you will get an error. That's simple. And about this logical operator, well, we just need it because this payload requires it. Having min is equal to 0 is also the part of payload. So the only part to understand for you was the group by round ran 0, which I believe I explained you just fine for this video. So if I just hit enter, you will see I get an error of duplicate entry 1. So 0 was 1, but the entry of 1 were multiple. So for that reason we are getting this error. Now I can just extract any data I want by controlling this field. So because in this error, this is a specific error, we are able to control this one field. Now from this field, we can extract the required data. Let me show you how that works. So this is the command that I have typed in order to extract data using this error. That is select name, round ran function to cause that error, then concat the version number. And again the round ran from the user table. So you're going to concat the version and that's how you will get the version. Just hit enter and you can see we have this version number in here. 10.1.37 MariaDB implementation of MySQL. Okay, so I hope that's clear. You got an error, you were able to control this field and from that you were able to extract the data. Now again, you don't need to understand this payload or this command because I'll be explaining you all of these things in the upcoming lectures where we will specifically talk about these error-based SQL injections. So don't worry about them, and now let's continue with our inferential SQL injection type. Okay, so let's move on to the second type of SQL injection. That is the inferential SQL injections. Again, as I told you in the beginning, inferential SQL injection category is when you are not getting any response from the target in form of result. Instead, what you have to look on there is behavior. So it's a behavior based kind of SQL injection. Now in that inferential SQL injection category, you have two types. The Boolean based SQL injection and the time based or sleep based SQL injection. Now if we talk about the Boolean based SQL injection, it is about true and false statements. If you use this attack, you will be able to determine whether a condition that you have tried or specified on the target that is true or not. And using that hit and trial method, you can extract whatever information you want. So it's about pattern matching, and this whole attack is basically based on the concept of pattern matching. So you just try to do a lot of hit and trial, and from that you try to indicate yourself to some data. So it's not a direct attack, still it is a dangerous one. So if I have to give you a Boolean based example right now of SQL injection, although I'm still going to give you an example afterwards in the example time when we'll learn about the inferential SQL injection examples, but in here, just understand that if it is like true or false statements, like if you think about a login page, is it allowing you to log in? That's a true statement. Is it not allowing you to log in? That's a false statement. It's as simple as that. You just try to know whether a condition that you have specified on the target is that true or is that false. After that, you have time-based SQL injection. Well, again, this is a blind type of inferential SQL injection attack. What happens is you are not getting any different result in cases of true or false statements when everything is same. So instead of looking at the response that you get from a target, what you do there is just check the time taken by the server to process the request that you have made or to show the result back to you. So maybe it takes 8 seconds to open a page, but in some other cases it may take like 13 seconds to open the same page. So it's a time differentiation technique, again with which, just like the Boolean base, you try to indicate if something is true or not. So it's the example time again, and this time for the inferential SQL injections. Let me show you them. Okay, so once again I'm back on my MySQL, and now let's again use the database that was dark. I have changed the databases. You can see there is only one table, login. And in this table, you have these many entries. Now, let's study the first attack in the inferential category that was Boolean based. So as you can see, I have specified the payload here, that is select star, that means everything from the login table where id is equal to 2 or length. So just understand that where id is equal to 2 or whatever is a logical operator needed to execute this attack. And after that, we have the real part. So it says id can be 2, and basically in this case, we know that there is only one id, that is still 1. So there is no 2 number id. So this condition is false, but we are not specifying and here, we are just saying or. So either this can be true or this can be true, we'll get the result. Now we know this is false, and we should of course know that one of them should be false to basically indicate the things properly. So in this case, we know that id is equal to 2 is a false statement, and after that we say or length of the database is equal to 1. So this means this can be true, the first condition, that is id is equal to 2, or length of the database is equal to 1. Now we know this is false again, so when we run this command, we should get the result. If we get some result, that means this condition is true. If we do not get any result, that means this condition is false. So we can now just hit enter to see the result. And you can see it says empty set, because the length of the database function of our database is not 1. You can see it's DARK, 4 characters. So the length is 4. So for that reason, when we will finally reach that time when we will keep doing the hit and trial method, and when we finally reach to the 4 number, you see you get the result. So basically length was a pattern that we used, and actually I'll be teaching you a lot of different patterns in the upcoming lectures. Here it was just for an example that I told you about the length of the database as a sample pattern. So now that you know that we have different indications for false and true statements for the Boolean based SQL injection, now let's go ahead and talk about the other type of inferential SQL injection attack in that category, that was time or sleep based SQL injection attack. So for understanding the time or sleep based SQL injection attack, we can just use again the Y table. You already know its contents, so let me just show them to you again. And you have the table called users. In this user table, you have these many entries or data. However, these contents do not really matter, since the time-based SQL injection has nothing to do with the contents. So here we just assume that the target will not give us any different result in the case of true or false statements. So it's not even a Boolean based attack, because in Boolean based we have different results for true and false statements. I mean, even if there might not be any much difference between the two results. So one of them, let's say in the false statement, might be blank, but still they are different, because in true you're getting some result, and false that's completely blank. So you can indicate using that. But in time based, let's say you have a blank page in case of true statements also, and even in the case of false statements, you have the same blank screen. So this is where you use the time based SQL injection technique, and this is fairly easy compared to the other different types of SQL injections, because the syntax or payload for it is really simple. Let me show you that. So you can see I have typed the whole command or the payload used for the time-based SQL injection attack. So you can see it's select everything from user table where name is equal to Avinash, and the real part is here. It says if the name of the database is equal to Y or anything that you put here, if this condition that the name of the database is equal to Y, if this is true, then sleep for 2 seconds. Otherwise, if the condition is false, then have a sleep for 5 seconds before showing the result. And basically after taking that wait, then show the result. So if we just hit enter on this command, okay, so it was giving us some errors, and I just corrected that by putting some brackets in here. And let's hit enter, and you can see it's taking time. Now it has thrown out the result to us in 2 seconds. That means this condition is true. As you can see, the database name is actually Y. That is what we specified in here. But if we specify something wrong in here, such as Z, then you will see it will take 5 seconds because that's a false statement. So this was the condition. If this was true, then take 2 seconds. If this was wrong, or if this condition was specified false, then take 5 seconds. Now I'm not sure why it's taking so long, but obviously it's more than 5 seconds, so you can understand that it's of course a false statement. Anyways, let's just get back to the presentation, as I believe you have understood the example. Okay, so till now I have given you explanation and examples on the 2 categories of SQL injection, that were in-band SQL injections and inferential SQL injections. But there even exists a third type of SQL injection which we are not going to cover in the course, called the out-of-band SQL injection type. Well, the reason we are not going to cover in this course is that it is a very rare situation and a very specific situation which does not normally occur. So this is not gonna fit the criteria of our course. But still, let me talk a bit about it. So generally it happens in the databases that come from a specific company called Oracle, and even in that there is a package called UTL_HTTP, with which we can get our response, basically the target's response, in our netcat listener. So you can just set up a listener of netcat and get all of the responses from your target. This is how the out-of-band SQL injection works. But still, we are not going to cover it in the course because this is again very specific and rare situation which does not fill the criteria of this course. So finally, we have came to the end of this video, and now let's just go ahead and talk about all of these types of SQL injections one by one from the next lectures. And we'll basically take everything union-based, error-based, and the boolean-based, time-based, and we'll talk a lot about them. So let's get started now with the real stuff. In this video, I will show you a very old but effective technique for bypassing login pages. This is going to be an example of SQL injection, and actually it's a very famous one known as classic injection bypass. So we are going to do the test on this Altura Mutual site. As you can see, we are on the login screen of it, and actually we are not directly going to do the attack. Okay, I'll first of all explain you that how the backend, or the database server of this website would work in order to check for the credentials, username, password, whatever you give there, how the database server is gonna check that, and how the attack will actually work. So first of all, let's just try to give some wrong credential there as a random user. Okay, so let's say we type anything in here, let's say admin, and some random password. And actually, just to show you what password I typed in there, I can just change the type to text in this thing so that you can see it in clear text. And you can see I typed admin in username and password in password. Now this is a wrong credential, as you know, because we don't know the password. We are some random user. We don't know the password of admin, right? So this is how it worked. Now let's understand how the database of this website checked for our credentials that they are correct or not. Okay? So, for example, let's think of the database of that website as this, right? So of course this is just for example, and it's my own table, but for just an example I'm showing you that. So think of the name as Avinash and password as 12466, right? So don't focus on country and ID right now, okay? Just forget about that. But what we are focusing upon in here is just the name and the password. So name is Avinash and password is this. Okay. Now this is the scene of the database server of the target. Now let's understand that how a credential checking system of a website would work. Now the command syntax which any website will generally use for this would be like select star from login, where username is equal to Avinash and password is equal to 12466, right? So basically, let's just write that. So the syntax of that would be like select star, that means everything, from login, that means the name of the table, where username is equal to Avinash and password is equal to 12446. Now in our case, the column name, as you can see, is not username, but it is instead name. So we will just use the name, but actually you don't need to understand this because this is automatic and coming from the database side. I'll tell you in a minute that what you need to focus about, but actually this is how it should look like, right? So we can hit enter, and as you can see, we got the result. So now let me explain you what really happened in the credential checking process. When we go to this login page as a normal user, we type some username and some random password, and we basically press the login button. This username, which was admin in our case, and the password whatever we typed will go as an input to here, right? So to this place, it will get replaced. Just think about it. Username, we type this and it will be replaced in here. So whatever we type in there. And password will similarly be replaced by what a user typed in here, right? So then the database server is going to check with this whole syntax that is any entry for the same credentials exist or not. And as you can see in our case, there was an entry, so it just logined us, right? That's how it will work. Now, basically, let's understand the flaw here. Well, see, as I just told, you as a user will control this part, this Avinash part or the user part, right? So not these double quotes, but this part in those double quotes, right? And password with this. Now let's say in the same command, someone breaks the code in here. So just think about it. What will happen if we give this an input? This. So the balance of the code would be broken, right? Because this is something extra that we are giving. This was never supposed to exist. But because we closed the apostrophe or what you call as double quotes in between here, that's why this is extra. Now we can do any kind of thing here and do some malicious things, right? That's the main cause of this particular attack. So when things are not properly sanitized, when you can directly control this thing and your input is being used here directly without any checks. So basically what happens in here is that people will break the code from here, okay? So they just end Avinash and then they will give this as well in the input. Plus they will add something like 1 is equal to 1. which is a universal truth. And let me explain you what is the meaning of that. It means select everything from login where name is equal to Avinash or 1 is equal to 1. That means name can be Avinash or 1 is equal to 1. And then it would never matter if you typed anything in this particular place, because even if that's wrong, the other condition, that is or 1 is equal to 1, which is actually an universal truth that cannot be changed, which will be always true in the cases, for that reason you will be get logged into the system. That's the whole game here. Okay? So now let's do one thing, and actually it will not be like this. In the code it will be an like thing here as well. So as you can see, we have typed this thing in between, and this is our creation of, we have made this in our attack, and this was by default by the server. So this one. Now this will not be balanced, so we'll have to give some extra things in here, that is double quotes here as well to make it balanced, right? And if we are doing an attack here as well, so we can do it here as well. We can just close the thing in here and we can say 1 is equal to 1. Everywhere we can give the double quotes. Okay, so this is how the perfect syntax for it should look like. Okay, so let's hit enter and see what's the result. And as you can see, we specified the condition, we basically proved the condition as true. Now this was the correct credential, or you can say the correct login entry. But what if we type anything in here, let's say this, or anything random in password as well? This will still give the result as true and the check as completed as successfully, because even if this condition was not satisfied, this one was satisfied, right? So this is how the attack really works. Now generally whenever you do this attack, you will want to comment out the things that are after the username or the first field. So that means everything after the syntax where from where you started commenting, everything after that would be ignored by the server. So it doesn't matter what would be the password if you can just put something like an hash here, which means comment. And there are a lot of ways you can comment. So you can use a hash, right? Or you can use something like dash dash or dash dash space dash. And another way would be to say slash and the asterisk sign. So this will be now the commenting way. So we can try any of them, because sometimes hash will work, other times dash dash will work, other times dash dash space dash might work, and other times slash asterisk might work. So you can put any of them to make this to ignore anything that was after the commenting sign, right? So that's how it would work. Now actually, whenever we are doing this thing, we will also have to specify semicolon here. Because the thing is, if we are starting to comment out things right from here, even this semicolon sign would be get ignored. So in order to balance and to make the command usable and useful, we can just say this, and yep, that's pretty much good. So you'll have to specify semicolon and the command seems okay. So we can just press enter to see if it works, and yes, it really works. You can just see it checked and again it was true, right? Now let's just try the same command, the same trick on our login page. So now in this username field, you can specify this double quotes, and after that you can say R1 is equal to 1. So it doesn't matter what is there before this apostrophe, everything will be get ignored. And here you can specify a commenting, right? So for commenting, you can specify something like this, hash. So let's just try the syntax here, okay? And paste it. Try to log in, and actually it's gonna fail. Why? Well, maybe the problem is with we specified in hash. So we can just try to use something like this. And actually, a lot of times people will, not consider this thing, but But a lot of developers, instead of using this double quotes, they will use single quotes. So you'll have to use this single apostrophe or quotes in here, right? And this is actually a general practice. That's why it was not working in here. And in this particular case, in this particular example, in this particular ultra mutual site, this thing should work. It would not matter whatever we put in the password. So even if we do not put this username, the same malicious syntax in here, it doesn't matter, because at the end, after the thing comes the password, so everything will get ignored. And this was the syntax. Let's try to log in and see if it works. And yes, it works. So our attack was successful. And again, I would say that remember that there can be single quotes or double quotes, so you should try both of them. And also in commenting, remember that there can be the hash, there can be the dash dash, there can be dash dash space dash, or there can be a slash asterisk sign, right? So this was the whole small example of how you can bypass login screen using SQL injection. And this one, again, I would say is known as classic injection bypass technique. So you just learn this technique, and let's continue learning with the next lecture. Now let's talk about the union-based SQL injection type. Well, a union-based SQL injection is when you're able to combine the output of two select statements using the union operator of SQL. So in the following screen, you're able to see two paintings or two images. Well, the first one comes directly from the code and is by default. But the second one is a virtual image that I created after doing this attack. You can just see in place of this picture, I have got this blank picture, but on top of that, in place of category, I have got the version number. In place of this lorem ipsum some text, I have got the username, and in here in painted by, I have got the Aku art, that is the name of the database. So this is the output of this attack, and I'm going to show you that how to reproduce the same attack today. So let's just go to our command line and understand this attack using examples. So as you can see, I have only one table in my database. Under this database, I have 4 columns: ID, name, password, and country. Now, let's try to understand how the target website might be working in order to get this thing. The very first thing to know about this attack would be using the union operator in your command. As you can see in my table login, we have only one entry, that is ID 1, name Avinash, password this, and country India, right? So what we are going to do in here is we are going to use the union operator to create a virtual row below this one, which will contain the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me show you how that works. So this is the command for this. You just say select everything from login, then union select 1, 2, 3, 4. And remember that you will have to give the exact amount of columns that you have in this table. So you can see we have ID, name, password, and country. So these are 4 in numbers. We'll just say 1, 2, 3, 4. And running this command eventually will give us the result with a virtual new row that will contain the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Now that's the exact thing that I did on that target to create a virtual row. But how do you extract information from this? Well, it's very easy. I have already told you about the functions like version, database, and user to extract those information. We are going to do the same. So in place of 1, I can write something like user. In place of 2, I can write something like database. In place of 3, I can simply write version. And you will see running this command will just give us the result as follows. We got the username, we got the name of the database, and in here we got the version number, right? So this is how you execute this attack. Now can I just copy this thing and put this on our target? Well, let's see. And as you can see, it doesn't work. Well, why is that? You can just read the error. It's saying that the useSelect statements have a different number of columns. So this is a very obvious thing. How can you expect your target to have the same amount of columns that you think they would have? Because we are using 4 in our payload, right? So till 1, 2, 3, 4. But your target might be running like 5 or 6 or 7 columns. You never know about that. So this is very important to know that how many columns your target is having. There are 2 methods to find that. The first method is very simple. You just keep trying the brute force method or the hit and trial method. So what happens is you just try the union select 1 first of all. It doesn't work. Then you try like 2. After that, you keep trying on 3, then 4, and so on and on. But the problem with this method is that it's very time consuming. It's not easy to find the number of columns of our target using this method because this is again very time consuming. Another method is called the order by clause. So you just say order by and a number. So you are basically going to set a range here. And this is pretty faster than the earlier method. So let's say order by 10. Running this command shows us that yes, there exists at least a 10 number of columns. For setting the range, we can just use the 20 here. And you can see unknown column 20. That means the number of columns in this database is below than 20 and above than 10. We can now set a middle range that is 15. You can see even 15 is not the right number. So that means either the number would be like 10 or between 15. So we can again set a middle range that is 13 and again the same thing. So we can, again go and try with 11. Now it's very clear that either the number would be 11 as the total number of columns in the target database or it would be 12. So we can try with 12. And you can see there are no 12 number of columns. So we came to a conclusion with that the total number of columns in this target is 11. Okay. Now when we have got this thing, we can again use that payload which we just created in here. We copy that, paste it in here and set the exact number of columns that you had there. Now you can see that we have got a new virtual image created in here in the form of a new row which will contain the information. Now the point to note here is that you are not able to access the information from all of the columns, right? So the 7 number column is accessible, the 2 number column is accessible, and the 9th number of column is accessible. So we can now try to extract information in the same way we did in this example. Let's say we would put the user in the 2. Let's say in place of 7, we put the database. And let's say in the place of 9, we can use the version function to get the version of our target. Let's hit enter to see the result. And as you can see, it really works. So you got the database name in here, you got the user account name in here, and you got the version name in this place. So in place of 9, right? This is how you can do this attack. Now, can you go further with this attack? Well, why not? So this really depends on how deeper you understand the SQL language. Let me show you one more example. Let's say we want to find the names of all of the databases that exist on our target. For that, the command would be select schema name from information schema.schemata. Well, actually, the information of all the databases are kept in the schema named column, which exists in the information schemata named database. So if we hit enter, we should get the information of all of the databases. Now let's just try the same thing on our target to see if it works. So because we have access to only some specific parts, we'll have to divide our command also in parts. So schema name will go in 9. And from information schema.schemata will go at last. And as you can see, we got the information of all of the databases that exists on this target. So in this particular website, there exists only 2 databases that you can see. They are information schema and AquaArt, right? Similarly, can we extract the table names from specific databases? Well, why not? The command for that would be select table name from information schema.tables, where table schema is equal to dark. Now, the point to understand here is you will have to change this name, this dark name, with your target's database name, which we found earlier. So you will replace this thing with AquaArt in that specific target. For now, let's just run this command to get the name of all the tables that exists in this particular database. So here's the output. That is, we have only one table in this database, that is login. So what we just did here was displaying the contents of this table name, which was the column, information schema.tables, which was the table, and dark was the database. So this was the whole command for it. And now let's go ahead and try the same thing on our target. Alright, so we got the names of all of the tables that existed in the AquaArt named database. So you can see it's quite messed up, but still you can see that the name of the tables are artists, cards, category, featured, guestbook, and so on. But another very interesting function here would be to clean this whole mess and display the names of all of the tables in just one place. To do that, we can just specify the function of group concat. So you just say group underscore concat. And you can see that all of the table names are arranged in a very nice manner here. So this is how you can use the union-based SQL injection technique to extract valuable data from a target. Now let us talk about the error-based SQL injection type. Well, an error-based SQL injection attack occurs when you have some kind of bug on a target that is causing some error which you are able to control, through which you're able to get some information. So in the following screen, you're able to see an example result of this attack. You can see the error for this specific target is with its duplicate entry for the key group key, and with this attack we were able to extract the version number, the exact version number for its MySQL. Also, we were able to get the database itself, as well as we were able to get the username of the target. Let me show you a page. This is a MySQL bug page, and for this specific page, the ID of it is 82544, as you can see. This bug was published in 2016 and it was for the version of 5.7.14. Now, if you look at here, I'm running on a much older version, that is 5.1.73. But the interesting fact related to this specific bug is that even in today's 2020 MySQL versions, this still exists and it has not been patched. So this is a very dangerous vulnerability. And if we talk about this attack, it is related to having a duplicate entry for key group key while doing the group by clause. If you go down in here, you will get to see how this works. So it's basically selecting something, counting it, concatenating the stuff with ran function, concatenating with floor function from certain table and grouping it by some value. Seems complicated, right? Don't worry, I'll break this all for you. So here we are in our database server, and we have these many databases existing in it. But for this specific example, I'm going to use the Y database. Under this database, we have only one table called users. And under this specific table, we have one column with 3 rows consisting of the names Avinash, Lee, and Zain. Now, the first step for this bug is basically assigning a random value in front of these 3 rows. We can do that by using the ran function. So if you write this command, that is select name and ran from users, so you will see the names that are Avinash, Lee, and Zain coming from this name that we selected, as well as some random values generated in front of them, which are coming from the random function that we specified from the table of users. Now, as I just said, these are completely random, so if we run it again, you can see all of these values are completely different. If I run it once again, you can see all of these values are still different. And if I run it once more, you can see they are still different. The next step for this bug would be to get these values constant instead of random. So for that, we can basically assign a seed value or give a seed value to this ran function. So if we just type something like 0 in here, that is a seed. Now if we run this command, you will see that if we run it once, this is the result. If we run it twice, this is the result. If we run it thrice, this is the result. So in all of these cases, the random values that you're getting, all of them are same. Now the next step for the bug would be to have a duplicate entry. But before that, do you think this number or this number has any probability of ever getting in this place? Or this number getting on this place? Well, these are billions of combinations, so the probability of this getting shown on this place is almost 0 and impossible. And one more thing to know is these values range from 0 and 1. Now to be able to get some duplicate entry, you can add one more column that will have some same numbers. You can do that using the round function. So you can see I have specified a round function on top of the round function from the user table. If I hit enter now, you can see that now we have 3 columns in here. And if you look at the last column, you can see that there are 0, 1 and 1. So for the first random value there is 0, there is the 1 for the second value and 1 as well for the third value as well. So these numbers are going to repeat. Now if they are repeating, there is a 100% chance of getting them duplicate. The next step for this attack would be to group all of the things. So you can see I have typed select name from users group by round ran function. If I run this command now, you can see that we have only 2 results. Why is that? Because you can see that in here we have duplicate values. There is 1 and here also 1. So for that reason, you are getting the different values, that is 0 for which Avinash is there, and for Lee there is 1. But the third entry or the third row and the data in it is not being showed, that is the Zane. It is not being showed in here because there is a duplicate entry and because of the group by clause, they have been grouped together. So you're not able to see the third row. Finally, to trigger this bug, you just have to write having min is equal to 0 in the last. And you can see here is the bug. That is duplicate entry 1 for key group key, because you're getting the duplicate entry and for that reason it is not able to give the exact result. Now according to the official guide, there is one more way to achieve this error, that is without using the having min is equal to 0. So even if you remove this having min is equal to 0 and if you add a count after the name and if you hit enter, you will see the exact same result again. But the problem is most of the times this count is useless in real life, because mostly you won't be controlling this select name or the initial part of the command by yourself. This is something that generally comes from the server itself. So for example, the command for the target server might be something like select name from users where name is equal to Avinash. So on running this command, you can see that we have Avinash as the result. But the thing here to understand is generally this part is coming by default from the code of the server, and what you can control is just this Avinash part, which you might be typing in some search box or any other input field. So you can control this part and all the group by and stuff after that, but not before it. So using that count is generally useless. Now what if you just say select name from users where name is equal to Avinash or 1 is equal to 1. This is how you can control this field. You say name is equal to Avinash, you close the comment yourself, and then you say or 1 is equal to 1, which is always true. So for that reason, this statement, that is where name is equal to Avinash, is being nullified. That means it is of no use. If you run this command, you get to see that we have these many results. And this is throwing us the whole table. So, as I just said, the name is equal to Avinash is being nullified because of this or 1 is equal to 1 always being true statement. So for that reason, you're just getting the whole table in front of you. Now let me just add that group by round ran having min is equal to 0 in front of this command. So you can see I have typed the command, and if I hit enter, you can see that it is throwing us the error. Now, this is our exact payload that we want to use on our target. So if I copy this and go to our target, and generally this website is using a cat is equal to where statement. So just like we used where name is equal to Avinash, it might be using something like where cat is equal to 2 or 1. So if we say 1 here, you get to see so many results in here. If you say 2, you get to see only 1 result. Now let me just try the attack on this one, the cat is equal to 2. I just paste the payload in here and I'll say a hash to ignore whatever is after that, and let me run this command now. And you can see we are getting the same error on this server as well. Now, how can we extract data in this one place? So if you type this command, that is select name and then concat version, then the round run function from users, you should get the name, the version in here, that is your requested data, and then the random value. So you can get the version so easily from here. Now let's say you want to extract multiple data at the same time. How can you do that? Well, for that you can use the select name, concat, version, database, user, and basically all of your requested data in here, and you can use the round run function at last from users, and if you hit enter, you should get all of the requested data. So you have the name, then you have the version, then you have the database, then you have the username, and then you have the random value. So this is the result of this attack which you want to achieve. Now actually this is again quite messed up because you can see there is no gap between the different values. You can get confused sometimes. To correct that, you can use a very simple technique, that is adding a quotation mark or a space in between. So you can just see I just said quotation mark, space, and quotation mark. Same for the other places as well. So you have the perfect payload now. Select name, concat version, database, user, round run from users. If you hit enter now, you can get the result that is much more clear. So you have the version number in here, you have the database in here, you have the username in here, and you have the random value in here, and now it's much more clear. So now if you just copy this concat and all the statement, and if you go on your target and paste it in your same payload in place of round run 0, and you say paste, you should get the error along with the information that you needed. So you can see we got the version number, we got the database itself that is acquired, and we have got the username that is acquired at the localhost. So this is how the whole attack works in the error-based SQL injection. Of course, there can be many different kinds of error which you can find in the websites, but this particular error, the duplicate entry error, I believe that this one is probably the best shot you can give, because a lot of times you will see these kind of errors on a target. Now is the time to talk about the very interesting Boolean-based type of SQL injection attack. Well, a Boolean is a situation of 0 and 1 that is false and true. So this whole attack is basically based on the concept of true and false statements, and that's what we are going to learn in this video, that how can you extract the required data by making patterns of those false and true statements. This Boolean can be as simple as a login page where if we type the password right, we log in, that is a true, that means 1. And if we type the wrong password, that is a false statement, so it will be 0. I hope that's making sense. Now, if you look at the URL of the site, This clearly indicates that the website might be using a SQL query, which might be something like select star from some table where cat is equal to 2 and maybe some other conditions after that. But this is the only thing to look in here, that is the SQL statement where it is saying cat is equal to 2. So this is a condition, right? Now what if we set a condition in here? So as you can see, I have typed a condition here, that is the cat should be 2 and database name should be acquired. And both of these conditions are completely true. That's why we are going to get the result. And you can see we got it. So that means both of these statements are true. Now let's try with a false statement. So if we type an cat here or a page here that doesn't even exist, or even if one of them is false, we will not get the required result. So let's hit enter, and as you can see we have no result, and this is actually a clear indication that this attack falls in the inferential kind of SQL injection. So that means we are not getting any result from here, okay, and like no data and no error. So everything is like blank and blind. Now in this video, let me explain you how to get the required data using these true and false statements by making different patterns and setting conditions. As you can see, I am in a database called Dark. If we show the tables, we have only one table here. The contents of this table includes 4 columns with only one entry or row, which is this one. Now let's write some condition here. So as you can see, I have wrote a condition here that select everything from login where ID is equal to 2. So 2 is going to be a false statement because as you can see, in the whole table we only have one ID, right? So we only have one entry here, one ID here, one number here. So how can we type 2 and what will be the result of it? It's simple. We won't get any result. And if we would have typed the 1 here as the ID, then it would come as what? It will come as the result, that means true. Now what if we set another condition here, that is database name. I have wrote a true statement here, that is select everything from login where ID is equal to 1 as well as the database name should be equal to Dark, which is completely correct. For that reason we get the result. But if we type a wrong database name, it doesn't work. Now what if we type the ID as 2? Well, in that case, this statement will not work, as you already know. So if one of those statements are wrong, let's say the first one, then instead of using AND, we can use OR. And now this works. Because for this OR to work, there needs only one of these two statements to be correct. And even if both of them are correct, that's all good. Now let's say we want to get some data out of these statements. So for example, we want to get the length of the database name of a particular target. For that, the exact command you want to type would be select star from login where ID is equal to 2 or length of the database is Dark. So we have specified two conditions here. Either ID should be 2, which we know is a false statement, or the length of the database is equal to something. So in here, let me say 1, okay, and do not be confused with that database name that I typed. I was just explaining you that example, and on that command itself, I just wrote the new one. So you just have to type a number in here, and that should be the length of the database. So this is a pure hit and trial method, okay. You are going to use the select star from login, that means select everything from login where ID is equal to 2, which we know is a false statement, or the length of the database of the target is equal to 1. Okay, so it's gonna be a hit and trial method, or you can say a brute force method. So when we talk about the length, this is a pattern which we are going to make. Okay, so let's hit enter to check what's the result. And as you can see, this is completely wrong. Okay, so we get nothing as a result. Then we can try with 2. Similarly with 3 and then with 4. When you finally reach that number of which the length of the database name is, then it will show you the result. So you made a pattern, and when you got the result, you now know that the length of the database is 4. So as you can see, it is DARK, 4 characters. Now for example, you want to get the first character of the database name of your target, because length isn't enough. Okay, so you also want to get the exact name which a database has. Now we have got the exact length of the database name. What we are going to do here is try to get the first character. For that, we can use the substring. The command for that is select star, that means everything from login, where id is equal to 2, or substring of the database check. Start from 1, the first character, and check till the first character only. So that means it will try to check the target database name from the first character. So it will start checking from the first character itself, that is this one, so the first one, and check till where, that is denoted by the second one. Okay, so in this case, just start checking from 1 and check till 1 only. So only one character is to be checked. So this is again a hit and trial method. You try to create patterns, and again it's all about pattern matching. So just hit enter, and as you can see, it is an empty set. That means there is no result. So the name of the database doesn't start with A. Now actually it starts with what? It starts with D. So if we finally reach with the hit and trial method till D, we get the result. That means the first character is the D. Similarly, for the second character, we can use the same hit and trial method. Just say start checking from the second character and then type the character or the letter. So that is, you'll again start from A and check till all of the 26 alphabets. So in here, when you say A, you get the result because it's DA, right? So A as the second character of the database name. Similarly, we can try for the third character. So let's say we reach till R, we get the result. And same way, again we do that for the fourth character, that is K. So we get the result. That was quite simple. Now that we have the name in our hands of the target, we can again try to check it. You can just say start from 1 till 4. Okay. So then write the name here, DARK. So you got this thing in here, D, A, R, and K. So you just say this thing and hit enter. And as you can see, we get the result. So now we are sure that this is the name of the target. Another pattern would be the like pattern. The command for that would be select star from login where id is equal to 2 or database like this particular statement. So, when you're not sure about what can be the name of the target, you're not sure about the length of the database name of the target, in that case, this is a very good thing. So you just check that anywhere if the statement or the character that you're giving is there in the name of the target database, then you will get the result. So you can just see if I type A here, I'll get the result. Why is that? Because you can see that it exists somewhere, right? It exists in the A. So DARK. A is coming there. these percent signs mean wildcard. So what that means is anything of any length can come before it, as well as the second one denotes anything that can come after that, any length. Okay, so that's very easy thing. You just try to add a lot of combinations, and whichever works, you can just try that. So you can even try multiple characters at the same time. And actually, if you want to try this substring one, so the substring statement or the command for two things together, you can just write 2 here and start with 2. So that's the thing, but you don't really need it. Okay, so we are in the like one. Okay, so the like pattern, and what we are going to do here is checking for A or B or anything, any character, that if it exists anywhere in the name of the target database. That's what we are doing. Now let me try with DA. We get the result. Let me try with RK. We get the result anyways because it doesn't matter where the character you have typed exists in the name of the database, but it should exist there. So doesn't matter where, but it should exist anywhere in there. Okay, so what if you remove the first percent? It will mean that you are sure that the name of the database starts with RK. Okay, so if you hit enter, you will see that it's not like that, because you can see that the name of the target is coming as DARK, not RK then something then something. So if you try the same thing by typing the percent here but removing it from here, that is from the last percent sign, you will get the result, because something then which ends with RK. Okay, that is the whole thing. And these were the all patterns. As you can see, we used the length pattern to calculate the length. Then we used the substring in order to get the first, second, third, and fourth characters to calculate the database name of the target. And after that, we used the like pattern to check if something exists in the name of a target or not. One more thing with the like would be this. So for example, you know some part of the name but you don't know what is in between this. So for that you can just use DA or basically any name, and in between wherever you don't know the characters, and if you want to check if something like that exists or not, you can just use the underscore as I have used. If you hit enter, you get the result. That means it is a true statement. Similarly, if you want to try for multiple statements, you can do that by typing 2 underscores, and similarly for 3 as well. But what if you type 1 extra underscore? It won't work. Okay, so you'll have to give the exact amount of the characters that are existing in there, and you can again calculate that using the length pattern which we saw in the first. So now let's just try the same attack on our website. We are going to use cat is equal to 2 and we are using and because we know that the first one is true. Then length of the database is equal to 1. So we can just try to hit enter and see the result. And it won't work, of course, because that is wrong. We can try with 2, then with 3. Similarly, if you try with 6 here, that is the final thing you will get after doing the hit and trial method for all the real numbers. So, when you finally reach that number which is true, and when you type 6 in there, you get the result. Why is that? Because you can see the name of the target is AccuArt or AccuArt. So you can just call that like AccuArt as well. And you can see you got the result. This was because we typed the right length, which was 6. As you can see, the name of the database was having 6 characters. So ACUART. I hope that makes sense, and similarly you can try other statements and things which we tried here. So like the like statement, length statement which we just tried, so the like pattern, or if you want the substring as well. Let me show you one more example. So for example, you want to try with like statement. For that, you can use this exact command. Copy that, go to the URL and say paste. And you will see that it works even with the like. Same way you can try with substring and this should work. I hope you understood this whole attack, and let's continue with the next attack, which will be like the time-based or sleep-based SQL injection attack in the next lecture. Now let's talk about the semi-automated tools for SQL injection attack. What happens is a lot of times in a real pen test, you will have a target to test with lots and lots of different kinds of payloads. Now let's say for a twist, you want to bypass a login page just like this, and basically this is what we are going to try to bypass using the semi-automated tool, and basically with the payloads we'll specify in it. So the twist here is that let's say this might be using some firewall or maybe some kind of other defenses which is blocking your normal and usual kind of payloads. In those cases, it's not easy to do everything by your hands, and also crafting the payloads is a terrible job. So what you can do instead is using a list which you can provide to a semi-automated SQL injection tool just like Burp Suite, and that tool can do all of the tasks for you. Now remember, we are talking about semi-automated tools, not fully automated tools. So you still need to understand what are SQL injections, where do they occur, why do they occur, and basically how do they occur. So today, as you know, we are going to use the Burp Suite tool. You can just download this tool and basically the free community version of it from the portswigger.net. So you just click on here and download the latest version. Now, I'll not show you that how to install this tool because it is simple next installation. So I would not want to waste your time in it. But remember again that you do not want to download the enterprise or professional versions for this course. Instead, just download the community version which contains all essential manual tools for you. Once you have installed it, you just go to your start menu to open it. So I'll search for Burp Suite. And you can see, here it is. I open it. And once it has opened, you see that in the free version, basically the community version, you have only one option to select here, that is temporary project. So you cannot store or save a project in this free version. Anyways, just select it and say next. Then just use the default settings of Burp Suite and start. Once this tool has started, you start seeing all of these options. Now, there are many ways to use these tools, and everyone has their own preference on how to use it. But however, in these new versions, they have started to give an inbuilt browser which is pre-configured to work with Burp Suite. So, in earlier version of the Burp Suite, what happened is you had to always go and configure your browser manually to work with it. But nowadays, as you can see here, they have a Chromium based browser which is pre-configured to work with it. Now you see that intercept is on here, so you can just turn it off, and you can see this is the Chromium based browser. In this, you can open your target website. As I am opening testphp.vulnweb.com, and in that I go to the sign up page, which is going to be the actual target for this lecture. Now, here, what we can do, as you can see, the password is test and test. So if we just run the write request, test and test, it will login us. So if we press login, you see that it logs in us. But if I type the wrong password there, it will not log in us. Let me show you that. For the meanwhile, let me also on the intercept here so that the requests can be captured. And in the username, I can say something like admin. And here some random password 123. Then hit login. You can see burp has been highlighted. If I open it, you see the request. In this request, you can copy it very easily. And by the way, if you do not even open this intercept, okay, if you just keep it on off, that's also not a big problem. You can just go to the HTTP history on the proxy tab to see all of these requests. You can select any one of them which you think is the right one. Otherwise, you can just go to the target tab to see a perfect tree view of your visiting through the Chromium browser. You can see in these we have many places which it has shown us, and one of these will be the real request which you want to have. So in our case, it will be on the user info PHP, and in this also in this uname. So this is the exact request which we have already captured in here in the intercept tab. What you can simply do now is first of all just off this intercept and in this request just right click and say send to repeater. Repeater is a tab in Burp Suite where we can modify the request to see the different responses. So for instance, if I just type the right password, and actually that has already been typed here, and I say send, you will see the response of it. If I click on render, you will see the graphical view of it. So you can see it has been logged in. But let's say I type a wrong password now. So admin, and here also pass. So let's say this is the wrong password. I type it and I say send. You can see now the response is different. So it is not logging us in with the wrong password. So it is saying you must log in. And of course this is what we expected as we typed the wrong password and we knew that. Now what you want to do here is just right click and send this to the intruder tab. Intruder is the actual place where we set payloads and do all of the attack. So you can see we have the target already set up here, that is testphp.vulnerweb.com, and we have a port. Now this port will be 80 only. By default also generally it will be 80 only. But if you're using something like HTTPS, not HTTP, then it may be 443 or something else depending upon the configurations. Now you can go to the next tab, that is positions. This is the exact place where you define where to type or put the payloads in and then send the request to the target. So in our case, it will be on admin and pass, and you can see it has already been highlighted. That means Burp Suite automatically chosen these things. But in some cases, you might want to select something else. So you can just select that and say add, and that will also be selected for the attack. If you want to clear all of the things, you can just say clear, and you can again add the things manually. Otherwise, the Burp Suite's auto mode works just fine. Then you have some different attack types in here like sniper, battering ram, pitchfork, and cluster bomb. But you do not really need to understand these because this is quite irrelevant for the course. Still, because we are going to use the sniper, let me explain you the meaning of it. So that means Burp Suite will firstly keep the second position as it is and change the payload on the first position. Then once it is done with that, it will keep the first position as it is, and then it will keep changing the payloads on the second position. So this is what Sniper is all about. After that, you have things like battery RAM, in which basically what happens is it will change payloads on both of the positions at the same time. And actually in this course, we do not have much things to do with those options, so better we don't talk or mess with them. Next tab is going to be the payloads. Here we select our payloads, so the things that these positions will be replaced by. So basically our malicious strings. So you just load your payloads list. Now I already have a list in here, as you can see, called payloads.txt. This contains all of the strings that Burp Suite will try on the target. So I just select it and say open. And you can see all of the payloads are being selected. So if you want now, you can even add some other payloads like this if you want, but I just want to stick with the default list. After that, you can see on the upside it is saying payloads set. So in Sniper there is only one payload set, that's why we'll keep one only. Then we have payload type, and actually when we click on this and basically the whole intruder tab, generally we select something like brute forcer. Now actually we are not doing brute forcing here. I mean, technically we are somehow doing it, but we are not brute forcing any password or username. We are focusing on SQL injection. So for that reason, in here also you just want to select the first option, that is simple list. Okay, so you can keep everything as it is and you can start the attack now. So you click on this start attack button. It is giving us a warning that because this is a community and the free version of Burp Suite, it may be a little slower than the pro version. Anyways, we can just click OK to start the attack. And basically that doesn't matter because you can see we have only 20 requests in total in here to test, and I can full screen it. And actually there is also one 0 number request. This is basically the request that we made. So, these are all those 20 requests. And the first one is the request that we captured. So without any position and without any payload, it will just execute that. Now you can see it has tried all of the payloads on the position 1 and also payloads on the position 2. Now how do you know which one worked and which one didn't? I mean, which one got you logged in and which one didn't? So for that, you can just see the differences in all of these payloads. So basically the response code or the status of all of these requests are same. So we cannot think of a difference according to it. But one thing that we can see different in all of these requests is the length. And this is what you want to check. So, what happens is generally you will just select one particular length type and you will see one request of that. So for each length, you will want to check one payload. Like for example, you just select the first one, that is 221 length, and you go to the response tab, click on render to see the result. And you can see it is saying you must log in. That means it is not login and it didn't work. Similarly, you can try with another length, that is 341, and you can check with it. You can see another error, that means it has not been logged in. Then you can try with the another length, that is 6208. And you can see finally we have got logged in using this request. So basically it is just about how you will see all of these requests and you keep checking all of the lengths, and according to that you know the length which worked, and you can just see that. So you can see on the position 1 this worked, also this worked. the 6208 for this payload, that is or1 is equal to 1, then dash dash space dash. Also for the position 2, the same payloads worked, as you can see, and this is how we do the attack. But don't you think this is quite messy, that you will see the length of all of these things and then you will determine which one worked and which didn't? But just think about when we typed the right password, what happened on the screen? What was the thing that we can see on the page? So let me just show you that. If I type the right password, that is test, you see I got a page that says logout. So I can just take this string and set a grep match on the burp suite. So you come to this tab, payloads tab, and actually not on the payloads tab, on the options tab, that is the last tab of the intruder tab. In this, you go down and select the grep match. Everything that you can see here, just clear all of this stuff. Yes. And then you add the particular string that will come on the login screen. So when you have logged, you have the option to log out. If I add this, and if I start the attack 1, press OK, you will see that every request that is coming through here is having another, you can see another tick mark that is for logout. So basically in whichever request you got this particular logout string or this word in the response, this will be tick marked. So this one worked, we already know that, this one as well, and these two as well for the position 2. This was how you really use these semi-automated tools for testing a lot of payloads on a target. I hope that was very clear, and in the next lecture, let's continue with the fully automated SQL injection attacks. Now let's see the automated tools for SQL injections. Well, there will be a lot of cases in which you will have thousands and thousands of pages to test for SQL injections, and in those cases, the best resort is to stick with automatic SQL injection tools just like SQL Map, which is a tool we are going to learn all about today. So, to use it, you just want to download its zip file from sqlmap.org, which is its official website. You download the zip file of this tool and extract it in some location. In my case, I have directly extracted it to my C drive in the folder of SQL Map, where I have all of these files. Now, you want to open a command prompt window in this location. Now remember that to use this tool called SQL Map, you need to have Python interpreter already installed on your system, since SQL Map is written in that language. So make sure you have the Python already installed on your system. So if you have installed it till now, just go on Google, download it, install it, and come back and say python sqlmap.py. So hit enter, and it should run. Now it is saying missing mandatory options DULMRGC and all of those other stuff. Well, we can just hit enter and specify some options here. Before doing that, let me just show you the help option of this tool to see what all options can we use with this tool. So I'm going to say -HH, that means extended help. If I hit enter, you can see I have lots and lots of options to use with this tool. Now, I'm not going to teach you all of those, but only the minimum ones that you need to start using this tool, and actually you won't even need a lot of them. So I'll be teaching you only the extremely important ones that you need at a minimum to start using it. The first option that we ever want to know about in this tool is -U, through which we specify our target website. The next option to know would be of levels. Now, in SQL Map tool, we have 1 to 5 level of tests, where 1 is the minimum, that is the lowest level of tests, and 5 is the maximum and the most high-level tests. In some cases, when your target is very sensitive and let's say its bandwidth is very less, you want to keep the level of test to 1 to avoid any risk of crashing the server. And if you're doing a crystal ball test, just like we are doing right now, then you can use the 5 and the maximum level of tests to perform with this tool. Then you have the risk as well. And risk is also a similar one, 2 level, but here it is all about how sensitive is your target. So, if you just keep it to the minimum, that is the minimum risk, you don't want to have any risk of crashing the target, and which is by default already. But if you want to do the highest, you can say stress testing to your target, not the DDoS but I'm talking about the highest level of tests. If you want to do that, then if you also keep the risk to 3, the test is gonna be more effective. But once again, this is gonna cause risk. So probably you might not want to ever increase the risk. So you can just leave it as it is to the default, that is 1, means minimum. After that, if you want, you can even specify the exact specific technique that you want SQL map tool to use, like boolean based technique, error based or union based, and you have other options as well, which you can look at. After that, you have the --DBS to find out the databases, --tables to find the tables, --columns to find the specific columns, and then --dump to extract data from those columns or sometimes even from the whole table directly. And to select a database, you can use -t. To select a table, you can use -t. To select a column, you can use -c. And then there is one more nice option in this tool, that is OS shell. So if your target is vulnerable to SQL injection attacks, then you can even try to get an whole operating system using that vulnerability and by using the SQL map tool with this option of OS shell. So let me just show you these things in practice. The first option, as I just said, was the --URL to select your target. That means specify your target in the tool. So before running up this tool, let me just show you our target in browser, that is testphp.vulnweb.com login.php, and this is a simple login page which we want to test for SQL injection. So we can just copy its URL and we can put it after the --URL in the tool of SQL map and we can hit enter. You can see it has started doing the tests, but suddenly it says no parameters found for testing in the provided data. So this is a problem now because it is not able to find these columns where it wants to test the payloads. Now this generally happens, you do not need to worry about it. You will have to now manually give the parameter using the payload marking of SQL map tool. So first thing is to know the address of this particular input field. So the first method is to just go to inspect element, and if you know HTML, then you can find out it in here somewhere. But let me just teach you an easy and effective way to do the same thing. You just go to your start menu and say perp suite. This is the easy way. So you can just open up this tool. In an temporary project, you say next, use perp default, start perp, and it is now opening. Now that it has been opened, you just want to go to the proxy tab, open up your browser, and first of all copy this URL and then paste it on your Burp Suite's browser. Visit the site and you will see you have some request in here. So let me just off this intercept so that the site can be loaded, And you can see here's the site. Now you can put anything in username, like let's say Avinash, and in here XYZ. And in these parameters, let me on the intercept and then press the login button. Now you have this request in here. What you can do in here is that you can just remove your input in here, what you gave in that field, and put an asterisk sign in there. This is called payload marking, and do that same thing for the other place as well, the asterisk sign. And now this request is all done to be used in the SQL map. So you just right click and go to the copy to file option. In this case, let me just save it directly to the C drive on the folder of SQL map and with the name of request.txt. Alright, we have saved our request, and now what we can do is we can go onto our command line again and say python sqlmap.py, then say -r for request, and then we can specify our request file. So in this case, the name of my request file was request.txt. I specify that and run it once again. And yes, it says custom injection marker asterisk sign found in post body. Do you want to process it? Yes, that's why we created it. And it says got a redirect to http testphp.fullweb.com port 80 login.php. Yes, this is our target, follow it. And yes, here as well. And it says it looks like backend DBMS is my SQL. Do you want to skip test payload specific for other DBMS? Well, actually in this case, I'm going to say yes, because we have already found that this is my SQL target and this is the database. So why would we search for some other database? If you want, you can do that, but let me just say skip it. And then it says for the remaining tests, do you want to include all tests for MySQL extending provided level 1 and risk 1 values? Well, actually in this case, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to skip those extra tests because to make sure that we can end our lecture on time. But in a real test, you might want to extend these levels and the risk 1 values to some high levels. But let me just say no and continue. And now it is testing different attacks. So you can see Boolean based injection, and it is testing some version numbers and error based and many things. And finally, now it is saying post parameter this is vulnerable. Do you want to keep testing the other parameters? Well, in our target, there were 2 parameters and actually both of them were vulnerable. But I'm not really gonna test for the other parameter. You can do that if you want. But of course, when we have already found something is vulnerable, let's just test this one. So let me just say no in here. And you can see it says this is the payload that it used. Uname, uninull select, null, concat, pass, and it is so long payload. And probably I could never ever write this much complex payload that this tool is used. And this is where the automated tools really stands out. So if you want, you can just take this whole query, take this to the real website and extract data from there. Or you can ask SQL Map to do this task for you as well. So for that, the query will be, first of all, whatever we did before the request. And after that, you say --dbs to get the databases of the target. You hit enter and you can see there are 2 databases available in this target. Same way, just like we fetched databases, now it's time to select a database. To select a database, you say capital D, and after that, you select the database from which you want to get the table. So you say acquired, and then you want to get the table, so say dash dash tables and hit enter. Answer the same questions again, and you can see these are the tables present in that acquired database. After that, to get the name of columns, you can, in the same way as we did for the databases, just say dash capital T and specify the table from which you want to extract the columns. So let's say users. And then specify what you want from that table now. So you want columns, specify that and hit enter. Once again, the same questions, answer them as the same way you did before and get the columns. Now, let me select the columns by saying dash C, capital C, and then specifying the columns from which I want to extract the data. In this case, not only one column, but actually I'll specify 2 columns from which I want to extract the data. So let's say we want to select the columns of uname and pass. Hit enter and it should get you the same questions, answer them again, and you have again the payload, and basically it says it is protected by some kind of FAF. So it has fetched the data, some log data in here. Let me just run that command again. I'm not sure if there's a problem. Okay, I got the thing. We just selected the columns. We did not specify what we want to do with that column. Okay, so we'll have to use this dash dash dump to extract the data from those. So that was my mistake. I didn't specify the dash dash dump. Now I have done that. And by the way, in sometimes you would not want to get the data from specific columns. In that case, you can just ignore this whole column thing and directly extract the data from tables. Okay, so you just remove this column part and extract all the data from user table using the dash dash dump. But in this case, let me just dump all of the information as it is, hit enter, and again answer the same questions again and again. So okay, we have the username in here and password in here. Wow, we have the information that we wanted in front of us by exploiting this particular target using SQL map. So I believe there is a problem here. Okay, this is the target, and now we can just try the credentials to check if they are correct or not. And you can see we are now logged in with the username and password. So this is how we hacked this target and their databases. We extracted information from it on specific columns using the SQL map tool. You can use many more options here like risk, level, technique, and a lot much more according to your needs. And I believe that was all enough for this video. Let's continue with the next one. Throughout the whole course, we have been going through numerous kinds of SQL injection attacks, such as inferential and in-band, manual as well as automated. But the real question is, how does someone protect their website from these kind of attacks? Because that is the real job of yours, to suggest someone on how to secure their website. And basically the whole reason that this old vulnerability of SQL injection is still found in web applications is just this, that defending or preventing against these kind of attacks is not an easy task. Generally, whenever you ask this question to anyone, that how to secure or defend against SQL injection attacks, their answer would be generally related to secure coding and code sanitization. So they may talk about input validation, parameterized queries, stored procedures, escaping, etc. And these are all the coding and secure coding kind of things. Now, because this is not a coding course, I won't be teaching you the secure coding and the code related stuff. I won't cover that, but what I'm going to teach you in here is the real things. Still, if you have interest in learning about these secure coding techniques of defending against SQL injections, I can give you a reference to ptsecurity.com, who have a very good guide on how to prevent against SQL injection attacks, the techniques for them. So you can see like input validation, what is this and how does it occurs, and basically the code which you have to put in there and how do you have to put that. Similarly, for parameterized queries, the basic info, what is that and how that works, then the code which you have to put in order to prevent that and how you have to put that, and so on for all of these remaining techniques. This is just secure coding, that is one thing, and you can say one layer of security, maybe the inner layer. But what if you can put a lot of different layers? That's what the new concept that I'll teach you in this video is gonna be all about. I'll teach you everything from my experience, which is also considered a very nice approach towards defending against SQL injection or basically any kind of attacks. It's about implementing security in layers. So this can be a very great way to defend against it, and let me talk about that. So as I just said, it's not just about having a secure coding layer, okay? It's not just having that one layer of security. Instead, you can have different layers or levels. So in the first layer and basically the innermost layer, you can have, of course, the secure coding stuff, such as input validation, parameterized queries, stored procedures, escaping, and all of the stuff that you saw on that guide. Layer 2 can consist of a host-based web application firewall, just like WordFence in case of WordPress security. So you can have a host level firewall just like this on your website, and you can basically select a lot of common attacks to defend against, and then this firewall of your website will not allow anyone, or basically it will block everyone who tries to violate all of the rules that you have set in this firewall. So this is a very powerful one. Again, it's just for WordPress. So you may have different alternatives to this for manual as well as for other CMS websites. This comes as a plugin, by the way, if you didn't know, and you can install it very simply on a basic WordPress website. You can set the options and stay secured. After having something like WordFence as your layer 2 of host-based web application firewall, you can have a layer 3 as well, consisting of an edge-sided web application firewall, just like Cloudflare's web application firewall. This is again a firewall which you can put on your website to protect against common and basically a lot of different kinds of attacks. Now, those attacks can be protected very easily using this. You just select some options which fits your need and your website is secured. And generally, your host-based web application firewall will be related to the DNS. So, Cloudflare can help you with that. If someone ever tries to break the rules that you make in it or try to bypass them, they will get blocked simply. However, you may not need to know about all of these products separately because this is not something to understand. Of course, if you are a web security expert, you want to consider these paid solutions. Now, of course, these are not free. So, as I just said, these are paid, and WordFence also works best in its premium version. Still, there is, I believe, a free one which you can use simply, but I have seen WordFence Premium in most of the sites that I have ever secured or seen. And about the Cloudflare WAF, of course, this is also paid as well, but You don't need to care about that. The management or the budget making team, all of those people can consider that. So your goal in an organization is to suggest them the measures, and then the management and the higher level executives, they will decide what to do. For now, just try to understand what I was explaining there, the concept. You can have a multi-layer defense, okay? And layer 1 again can consist of secure coding stuff, layer 2 a host-based WAF, and layer 3 edge-sided WAF. And not only these, but you can also try to add some more layers depending upon how much your organization is willing to spend on security, just like putting an intrusion detection system, intrusion prevention system, application delivery controller, source seam systems, and so on. And the whole meaning of this is that if someone wants to hack your website or attack it, they will first have to tackle the outermost layer. Let's say it's the edge-sided WAF on layer 3. Someone tries to break that, or basically someone tries to put some malicious SQL syntax or SQL injection payload on some input field of your website. They get blocked easily by something like the Cloudflare DNS firewall. After that, even if they are able to bypass somehow your edge-sided or layer 3 firewall, that's not a problem because they will have to face the layer 2 now. That is the word fence. So that word fence will protect against all of the attacks now. And let's say a hacker is mastermind and they still somehow managed to bypass the layer 2 as well, then your secure codings will come into play. So this is the concept of security in layers. Now let's say your layer 1 is not secure. Okay, so you do not implement secure coding. Still, if you have the host-based WAF and edge-sided WAF, most of the hackers, they won't be able to bypass even them and ever reach the actual parts where the things might be vulnerable. So this was the whole concept for this video, that having a multi-layer defense, so that if someone tries to hack your site, they first have to tackle the outermost layer all the way to the layer 1. And if you have everything secured, you are completely safe and you can continue your business. Okay, so let's start our lab time learning with the first lab in this video. That is gonna be the easiest lab in the whole course, called the SQL one. To access this lab, you just have to go to any of your favorite browser, and then on the address bar, just type localhost, specify the port, in my case it's 8888, then say SQL1, and when you hit enter, you will have the lab. So basically it's a simple login page. First of all, let me show you its code. In the following location, that is local disk C, in the folder of XAMPP, in the folder of htdocs, in the folder of SQL1, you have the lab files, that is index.html, which we are going to open with Notepad. You can see its title is my login. It is using the method of post. It's basically a form who is calling the sql.php in the same location. We will come to that, and it says here is some text. Then it has the username field with the type of text, ID and name as username, and size as 20, which is quite enough. Then similarly we have the password field whose input type is gonna be password, ID will be password, and name will also be password. Size will be the same as 20, and there will be a submit button as OK login. This HTML code makes up this lab. Now if you don't know what is the meaning of input type as text and password, let me just tell you that thing. It's very easy. You type anything in username, you can clearly see it, so it's in the type of text. But similarly, if I type something in the password field, you cannot see it in clear text. It's in small dots, right? So this is the meaning of type having as password or as text. Now let's come to the PHP code of the same application, which is this. Now you don't need to learn coding in here or any kind of PHP language because you really don't need to understand it, despite its being extremely easy and basic code. So let me explain you the main part which you need to understand. Well, it's basically a simple login page which either lets you log in or it doesn't let you log in on the basis of the result which you get from this query. Now in this query, basically for this query, before it, there is a MySQL connection that happens due to the database.php which is being included in the file at starting only. So if I show you that file, db.php, it has all the configurations like the database name, username, password and server name as localhost, which you can see are helpful in creating the connection. If the connection was unsuccessful, there was some errors and some things in here as well. So what I was saying is, basically on that connection, it will execute this command, and in here, in the place of username, it will simply substitute what you have typed in the username as a normal user, and similarly for the password field, it will just substitute what you have typed in the password field. So I'm in here. And this was the meaning of this code. Now let's just try to understand the application and try to get some error, or let's see when this logged in comes and when this wrong username or password comes. Okay, so in username I can type anything, let's say 123. In password also I'll type just 123, and let me show this to you in clear text so that you can be sure that what I'm typing here, I'm typing the same 123 in username as well and in password as well. When I say okay login, of course it will not let us log in and will throw us the error. Okay, this is the error. Actually this is not the error, this is basically the text which is meant to show up when our password is not correct, or let's say username also is not correct. So it says wrong username or password. Now what we can do is we can go back and try to see what happens if we type a right password in here. So I say username and pass. These are the right credentials. If we give this to the application and if we say okay login, you can see we are logged in. So this is the result of the application on different inputs. Now let's say we type any special characters or something bad in here. What do you call as bad characters? So if I give something like this, you will see there are some errors. I'll come to these errors later on while explaining the attack, but let's just try to understand the SQL query which this target might be using. For this, I have a query.sql file, and this is something I have just created to show you the examples, nothing else. It is not any configuration file that the target might be using. Just to explain you the examples, I'm showing you that. Okay, so it just says select star, that means everything from the table called sign in, where username is equal to ABC and password is equal to XYZ. If any entry is found with the username that you have typed in user field and any password that you have typed in the password field, basically that will get substituted in the password place, and with that you will be able to log in if any entry is found with that specific username and with that specific password. So you already know how this works. I've explained it a number of times in the whole course, that how a login credential checking system works on a target. Now a user can type anything in here. Okay, so you already know from the PHP code that whatever you type in the username and password field, that will get substituted in this location, in username as well and in password field as well. Now, how do you break out from this? Because you want to do the SQL injection attack, right? So how do you break out from this string? And let me tell you the vulnerability as well. What was the problem? Well, see, the problem is there is just nothing set in the username in name of security measure, everything is blank. Whatever you type in the username field or even in the password field, that will get executed on the command of the target, basically the SQL command as it is, without any checks, without any restriction, limitation, nothing. It's completely blank in terms of security measures. Okay, and that is the reason you can try to break out from this string. How do you do that? Well, it's really simple. Let me do that for the password field first of all. Now in this SQL query, you can see these are the markers, okay? The apostrophe. Anything that you type in here is under the apostrophe or single quote. Now in order to break out from this string, it's easy. You will yourself put an apostrophe in here, and whatever you type after that, for example, or let's say select only, you can see it's in blue. That means it is being recognized as an SQL query. Okay? Now what it means is the SQL query starts here, but it directly ends in this place since you have put an apostrophe by yourself. And after that, you say anything that is extra. Okay? And here you can put your payload. So to hack this application, it's very easy. You will just use or 1 is equal to 1. It is the easiest example to give. And if I type this on the target, basically the whole apostrophe till the 1, I copy it and try this on the target on the username field. And you can see here is some error. Well, when you get an error like this, just think that you are close to hacking something. So be happy at that time. Well, the reason is this apostrophe is extra. So it is throwing us the error, okay? To balance this whole payload, you will have to type these apostrophes by yourself. So 3 apostrophes and 4th one comes by the code. Now if you just go ahead and copy this, use it on your username field of the target, say okay login. Now you can see it says wrong username or password. So what if we try this on the password field only? Well, you can see it says logged in. What if we try this on both fields? Now it says logged in. So why that happens? That when we use the username as this payload and when we leave the password field as it is empty, then why it is not working? Well, let me explain that to you. So I'll just copy this whole command in here, and so you can see in the first one I'll put the I believe something is wrong. Control Z, come back, and let me just copy this payload in here. First case was that when we use this payload in the place of username. Second case is when we leave the username as nothing and we type the password as this, the payload. And in the third case, where we have the username and password both as the payload. So these are our 3 cases. The first one doesn't work, but the later ones, these both work. Well, let me tell you why that happens. See, the reason is just that no application really has any application that has a username with no password. Okay, so you have bypassed the username field, okay, but you haven't bypassed the password field. So any username or basically every username will get shown up, but no username will have any password as nothing. That is the problem with the first case. Now in the second case, you can see username is nothing, but password is our payload. The reason of this working is that just like in mathematical equations, the SQL queries also go from left to right. So for that reason, this OR 1 is equal to 1 is being used as a payload for both username and password. So for both of these fields, you will have this OR 1 is equal to 1, okay? That is the reason this is being recognized as a whole. After that, in the third case, you can see we used username as the payload and password as well as the payload. Well, in this case, of course, we have bypassed both of the fields, so no doubt we are gonna get logged in. So the main one were only the first and the second ones. So now let me tell you how to use the username field itself in order to bypass the whole SQL query, okay? So how do you do the attack using just the username? Well, for that, you can use the commenting signs of SQL language. There are many ways and methods to comment out things in the SQL language. The main ones are hash, in some cases dash dash, space dash, and actually not only space dash, it can be anything else as well, but generally according to the books, you have this. And there is one more, that is slash, and then the asterisk sign. So these are the 4 commenting signs used in SQL. Of course, there might be more, but these are the main ones which you will want to use. So let's just copy this thing and use it at the end of the query. What this hash mark will do is, as it is a commenting sign, it will also comment out the extra part in the password field. Now, there will be a problem with this command that if we type this, even this semicolon, which is required at the end of all the SQL commands, that will also get ignored. So a safe way to do it will be use a semicolon here as well, and after that, just comment out the whole extra part, and now we have this perfect payload. Let's try it on the target. Now if we say okay login, it is saying wrong username or password. Okay, so I got to know what's the problem with that query which we specified. It is not able to complete our string, okay? So we'll have to complete the apostrophe in this place only. So not after that this apostrophe will come, but before that. Now let's try this and see if it works. And you can see it says logged in. So we were able to log in using this payload. And similarly, let's try with some other kind of commenting signs, such as dash dash. Okay, so in this case, dash dash didn't work. Let's try with dash dash space dash, and it works. Let's also try with the last sign, that is slash asterisk, and see if it works. And I believe it doesn't work in this case. So no, it doesn't work either way. So yep, in this case only 2 are working, and actually I'm not sure why isn't that working. So let me just try with that, and this whole thing is getting ignored. So we can again try. Maybe I was not typing it in the right way. I think it should work. And when we press OK login, it doesn't work. What if we try this on both locations? Actually, that doesn't matter. We already are commenting out the password field. So what if we just remove these fields now? This one and basically this and also this. And after that, actually one is going to come in here. So I think it should work this time. And let's try it. So this is now just the semicolon, or I believe we can even remove the semicolon now. Let's say okay login, and it doesn't work again. So maybe in this application this commenting sign doesn't work, but this actually works in many cases. So it worth giving out a try, and if it works, then good. Even if it doesn't work, then it's all okay. this was how you bypass the first login screen of SQL1. Okay, so let's just stop this lecture right here. I was trying something else right now, but that didn't work. So I think this last commenting sign isn't gonna work. Let's continue with the next lab in the next lecture. Okay, so now let's continue with our lab 2. That is gonna be SQL2. And let's just go to our XAMPP directory in the folder of httalks, SQL2, and see its source code to check what's changed now. So you can see this time our target is using brackets in its SQL statement. Today we will learn how to bypass these kind of SQL queries and how to log in without a password on that same user login page. So we can just see this SQL2, which is this URL, and here we have our page. Let me explain you the query right now, how it will look like. Well, because our target is using brackets now, it will look something like this. So before username a bracket, after username a bracket, before password a bracket, and after password a bracket. Let's try to do the attack like last time, and simply I have just put this apostrophe in order to break from this statement and write something extra just like we did last time, and we can type something like or 1 is equal to 1, and here this was working last time, so I'll have to put these in here. Okay, put these 3 apostrophes so that the whole query can be balanced, because this was something extra, so I just put the 3 in here to make the command again balanced. And now we are going to use this on the target. Let's see if it works or not. I mean, from here to the starting of username. Okay, so I have typed it, I say okay login, and you can see it says wrong username or password. Of course, because something is changed. Okay, we have to use brackets, and actually the command is using brackets, so we'll have to use brackets as well to escape from it basically. And how to do that? Well, it's very simple. You can yourself put a bracket in here, and after that use some commenting sign such as hash, so that this gets ignored completely. Okay, now we can try to use it, copy and use it in there. Let's see if it works or not. And you can see it says logged in. So we were able to hack using this. Okay, apart from that hash mark, you can even try to use something like dash dash, or maybe dash dash space dash, which works, and also with the slash asterisk sign, which also doesn't work in the case. So in this case only hash and dash dash space dash works. Now another possibility to execute this attack would be to not use that hash mark and use the original solution that was using this or 1 is equal to 1 only. Okay, and we'll remove this apostrophe from last, and let's try to log in. I'll copy this first of all. When we try this on just this username field, it didn't work. When we tried this on just the password field, it doesn't work. But when we try on both the fields in username and password the same thing, it will eventually work. Why that happens, let me explain you that. So see, what happened is we were using this statement, and let me just copy this to the other places so that I can explain you with different examples. In first case, we have the username as payload and password as nothing. In second case, we have our username as nothing and password as this payload. Okay, Control Z. Let me just copy that same payload here as well. Copy and here. So in the password field we're using this, and in third case we are using the payload in both cases. So these are the three examples. Now these starting to didn't work because in the first case username can be this, but after that there needs to be at least one username who has no password, which is generally not a case. In second case also, because we are using these brackets in here, so this is a complete different thing. And when we type the password as the payload, then it needs to be at least one username who has no username, which is again not a general case. So these were the two conditions. And in the third one, you can see we are using on both sides. So of course it's gonna work because on the both sides we independently did the attacks. This is how it works, and this is how you bypass the second SQL2 lab. Okay, so now let's take another example, and this is the third one called the SQL3 lab. We can just check its source code like always by going to XAMPP directory, htdocs, SQL3, and I can check its PHP code. You can see there are no brackets. Everything is the raw as the SQL1. Okay, so everything is simplified in here, but the change is something you will see in the index.html, basically this main page. Here some user-side filtering is applied. You can see it is having max length. Now, these user-side filtering are really useless in terms of security. So many people, they just put these max length something like this on their HTML code or maybe somewhere else that is not server-side check, and they think that they will be secured enough that no one can type anything wrong in there. They will just add some of the restrictions, but these are really easy to bypass and are nothing when it comes to security. They can be easily bypassed, and that's what I'm going to show you in here. So what happens is, in this max length restriction, you can type anything in here like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but if you try to type 6 in here or anything after 5 characters, you can see it's not gonna work. Okay, you cannot type anything in here. I'm typing it continuously, but I'm not able to write anything in here. Similarly for the password, I cannot go a letter above the maximum length. Okay, so I can just show the type in here, text, and you can see I'm trying to type things in here, but I'm not able to type anything. Okay, how do you bypass this? Well, there are two methods. One is using Burp Suite tool, and the other one is a manual one. So I'll teach you both of them. Firstly, let me talk about the first method. Well, see, you just right click on the input box that is limiting your input. Right click and say inspect element, and in here you can see there is a max length. Well, because it is a user-side filtering, you can just bypass this by typing any of your preferred length in here. Like I have typed a big number in here. I say okay, and similarly let me do that for the password field as well. I'll change the max length to something like a big number, and now I can type whatever I want. Okay, so I can type anything I want, and it's much more. Now when the max length was 5, I could not have typed this whole payload in there. Okay, so because of that reason, like, we cannot perform our SQL injection attack. But since we have bypassed it now, we are able to type so big strings and our payload, which are generally quite big. So we can just try to hit the OK login button, and you can see it's logged in. So this is how you bypass it using the manual method. using developer tool or basically inspect element of your browser. Another method is using Burp Suite. So just open up your Burp Suite tool and open up your Chromium browser, which comes along with Burp Suite, and visit your target on that browser. I copy the URL and paste it in the Chromium. Here is our target. Now I can type anything in here, let's say 1 and 2 in the password. Okay, login. And I believe I did not turn on the intercept. Let me do that. So you'll have to on the intercept first of all. And now if you type something, anything in here and anything in username as well, say okay, login. And you have this request captured in here. Now that you have this request in here, okay, you can do anything, any kind of modification that you want. So now you can type any number, anything you want till any limit you want. So it's kind of an unlimited thing. Okay. So the reason is Burp Suite captures the request after all of the tests are done from your browser side, from the client side stuff. Okay. After this, there is only the server side, but when it captures the request again, it comes directly from the after the browser only. So that's why there are no limits. You can type anything, any payload, anything you want and use it. So let me show you an example here. I'll just use an OR 1 equals 1 and hash mark, or maybe dash space dash to use something new. And now I can say forward. You can see it says logged in the browser. Why it happened? Because I was able to use Burp Suite perfectly with this. Okay, so I was able to send the whole payload bypassing the max length, and now I can just forward whatever is there, or maybe I can just off the intercept now, and it's already bypassed, right? One more way to use this would be, again, do anything in here, type anything on the intercept, say okay, login, capture the request, we have it in here. And now there is a tab called repeater in Burp Suite. So just right click on your request and send to repeater. Repeater tab is highlighted, you can see, click on it, and now at this place you can type anything, any request that you want. So like R1 is equal to 1 hash mark, something like that. Password also you can modify, and you can say send. And now you will see the response of the target in here. It says logged in. Okay, so you can try numerous inputs in here, different kinds of things in just one place, and it's very handy. But in a lot of cases you will not get to see it so easy in case of JavaScript. So you will not be able to see that what text you're getting back from the target, like logged in something, but still in this case you're getting, and in many cases you will get some indications, so it's really good. Let me try with something else. You can see it says wrong username or password. I can try with something else and you have some errors. So you will type some request, you will send it, and you will get some response. And according to that response, you can proceed with your attack. So this is how you bypass the user side restrictions, just like max length, both using the Burp Suite tool and using the inspect element or developer tools option of your browser. Let's take our next example now. That is gonna be SQL 4 or the lab 4. And let's check its source code in the folder of XAMPP, htdocs, SQL 4, and in here let's check the HTML code first of all. Open with Notepad, and you can see nothing has changed. So there are no restrictions in here, any user side restriction something, nothing like that exists. So it's all good. Let's check what changed in the PHP side. because in the HTML there was nothing changed. So let's check with PHP. And instead of this notepad, let me just open with Notepad++ so that you can understand it better. Well, here you can see this is the change. Whatever you used as the apostrophe that you type in the input to escape from basically the input field and type your commands after that, that is being doubled. So you type this one apostrophe in input, but it converts itself into two apostrophe. Why is this good for the application and why is it good against the SQL injection attack? Let's see here in the query.sql, where I'm gonna show you the examples. So here you can see it is saying username, and let's give something here like A for the username and a lot of P's for the password. And earlier, this is our input. So earlier what we used to do is we just typed in apostrophe in here and we said or 1 is equal to 1, and we used any escaping character here. So let's say dash dash space dash. Okay. Now in this case, this is not going to work because according to this SQL Force PHP code, our one apostrophe that we typed here as an escaping character, that is being converted or changed into two apostrophes. So this is the replacement. So when you type one apostrophe like this, it becomes two apostrophe. Now what it means is you wanted to type an apostrophe in between the string only. Okay. So you didn't want to close the string, basically the whole one, but you wanted to type an apostrophe in between the input itself. So it is not being used as any escaping character, or it is not closing the string basically. Okay, because there are three, and when there are three apostrophes, most of the programming languages, including SQL, they basically think that you wanted to put an apostrophe in the input itself. Okay, so you can see here. And because of that, your or 1 is equal to 1 is not being used as a SQL query. Now, let's just try to use this on our target so that you believe that I'm saying right here. Okay, I said apostrophe or 1 is equal to 1 and this dash dash space dash, which is an commenting sign. I say okay login. You can see it says wrong username or password. Okay. Because I already told you it changes one apostrophe to two. What do you do in this case is basically you can try putting in backslash here. Okay, in here. So let's just try this on our username field. If I put a backslash here and I say okay login, it throws some error. And I always say that when you get some error, think that you are on the right way. So what this backslash means is it is also used as a escaping character in SQL. What it does to the command is it makes it to believe that this slash apostrophe, that is the string, and here it closes. Okay, so you got four apostrophes. So this is like working as an apostrophe only, kind of. Okay, so it means that you wanted to type this slash apostrophe in between the string and this, like these two apostrophes are coming from the code, and here at the end, because of this and these two being in the input, the whole string closes. After that, whatever you type, this or 1 is equal to 1 or any SQL command, that gets executed. Okay, so we can just take this to the target and try to execute it. Not really this apostrophe, we will remove that. And here, let me just change this one apostrophe, and you can see we say okay login and it says logged in. So this is how you use the backslash in order to escape from the whole command in case when an application is changing your one apostrophe to double. Okay, so this was how you bypass the SQL4. Let's get started with our SQL5 from the next lecture. Let's move on now to our next lab, that is SQL5. First thing to check would be, as always, the source code. I go to my local disk C in the folder of XAMPP, htdocs, SQL5, and in here I'll check the HTML. You can see nothing big has changed. Everything is like last time. Let's check the PHP code where the difference comes. Now here you can clearly see that your one, like the apostrophe that you type, that is being changed to nothing. Let me make it more clear by showing this to you on the Notepad++. And in here you can see that this application is replacing your apostrophe to nothing. So it's like you cannot even use apostrophe here. It's just not going to work. Okay? So this is the case where we are not allowed, or basically the application is deleting all of our apostrophes by replacing it with nothing. In this case, if we try our normal command, that is putting an apostrophe saying or1 is equal to 1, something like this, the commenting sign at the end. If we try this here on the target, this is the location, SQL5, localhost. If I say this in username, I say okay login, doesn't work, because of course, in this case, because of the code of the application, this apostrophe that we earlier used as an escaping character, we cannot use it, so it will be kind of nullified and it will be deleted. Then this is your command which will be recognized as a normal string, right? Now in this case, if you're thinking that we can just do like the SQL4 lab, we just use an backslash and then after that we use an apostrophe, then we type anything else that will work. Well, even that is not going to work, and the reason is this apostrophe will be removed in your input. So it's like that, and again it's not going to be recognized as any SQL string. In this case, what if we just try with an slash here? We say okay login, you get this error, and again as always I would say whenever you get an error, think that you are in the right path. Let me explain you how that works. Why did we get that error? And before that, let me just make it a more practical SQL query, because they are always in one line. So it's like this now, and it's right. So here we basically specified this slash, backslash, and here in this case, just like last time, it would mean that the apostrophe that is directly coming from the code, from here, which is not being replaced, that apostrophe, you're using that to basically open up your string, okay? So you're using an apostrophe, you're starting the string here, and you're taking it till this place, and password. Now whatever you will type in the second field, that is of password, that is gonna be recognized as an SQL query. So you can just use your or1 is equal to 1, commenting sign, that is this one, or if you want something different, use hash or maybe slash asterisk, but I like with the dash dash space dash only, I'll use that, okay? So in case you didn't understand this, let me explain that to you once again, how the SQL, like the server, will understand it. So I'll explain you in more easy way now. Well, see, your string of the username starts with this apostrophe, okay? When you use this backslash and apostrophe, what it means is you didn't want to close the string, but you wanted to write an apostrophe in between the string. And then this string goes on till the password. Now, this all is your username input only, but it is ending in here, and after that, whatever you type in the second field, that is of password, after putting a space in here, of course, so that this can be differentiated. I mean, if you type this in here without any like space, it is not good. So always use space, and then whatever you type in this place is always, an SQL query. That is how it works. Okay, let's try this on the target now. I copy this backslash in here, type it, and in password put a space, and actually let me change the type to text so that you can see what I'm typing in here. You already know what is text and the password. In password you get those small black dots. In clear text you can see what I'm typing clearly. Okay, so I'll put a space here, then I say or 1 is equal to 1, and then I just say this commenting sign. Okay, so I say okay login, and yeah, it works. So this is how you really bypass when your one apostrophe is being replaced to nothing. Instead of trying to do anything yourself, doing any other trick or thinking about anything else, you just use the command, like the apostrophe that is actually coming from the command of that server. Because this can replace your input, but not what is directly specified here, which is already specified. It won't change that. And because of that, you just used this apostrophe with this backslash to say that, hey, I don't want to close this string, just want to start from here, put a apostrophe in between the string, and then close it directly here, whatever type in the password, that is gonna be executed and it will be recognized as an SQL command. I hope you got it, and now with the next lecture, we'll start with the next lab, SQL 6. Okay, so let's start with our example number 6. This is gonna be our next lab. First of all, let me, as always, check the source code. I'll go to my XAMPP directory, httalks, SQL 6. Let's check the HTML code. And you can see it's my original code. Nothing has changed. Let's check the PHP as well. And in here, this is the original code only, but the difference comes in here. What it is saying is it's gonna query to the server, basically to the MySQL command, that check if the number of rows returned as a result from this query, this one where your input is being put into, that should be 1 and only 1. If this condition is true, then log in and then die, that means stop the application. If this condition is false, then die after showing the wrong username or password error message. Not really an error, but still a message. So let's see how we can try to bypass this situation when it is asking for only one row as the result of this MySQL query in the result, and how it affects our normal command. So here you can see, as always, we are on our query.sql, where I'll show you the examples. What we generally do is we have some username in here and some password in here. I'll replace the AAA, the username, with our escaping character and apostrophe, and then I'll specify or 1 is equal to 1. Then I'll give some commenting sign like this, and now we can copy it and try it on our target as always. Put it in here, say okay login. You can see this time it says wrong username or password. The reason is this payload that we have given in here, it is gonna get us a lot of results, okay? A lot of rows, a lot of records, a lot of, things. And let me just show this thing to you in our command line so that you can understand better. Think of this as a database, W. Here if I list the tables, you can see it says there is only one table, that is sign in. If I show the contents by selecting everything from the sign in table, You can see these are the records. I have multiple rows in here. And when we basically use that or 1 is equal to 1 payload, it is gonna give us all of these entries. So let me just write that payload in here. Okay, so I have now written a basic SQL query, and when I will run this, which says username is equal to Avinash and password is equal to something, when we are giving some specific results, it should throw us some results. Now, let me just write something right here, because in this particular database, there is no entry with the username and password that I specified earlier, but now it should give us some result. You can see when our input is right, run as the username and QWERTY as the password, then we get only one row as the result. Now, what happens when we, instead of this input, as a hacker, when we type or 1 is equal to 1, so firstly we close the whole syntax or the query, not the query actually, the string basically, we close that using this apostrophe, we say or 1 is equal to 1, and after that we say, like, we put some commenting sign like this, and then if we use this, you will see that we will get a lot of results, right? Now, the problem here with that code, with this one, is that it is checking if the number of rows returned here, 1, 2, 3, 4, this should be 1, otherwise you will not be able to log in, and it will throw us the wrong username or password text, and will die. So, how do you bypass this thing, okay? And actually, if you didn't understood, what it means is or 1 is equal to 1. So because of this or 1 is equal to 1, which is a always being true statement, because of that your username is being nullified, and that doesn't matter whatever you type in there, and because of that it is just throwing you the whole table in front of you, okay, because there is just no specific username that you specified, that's all. Now, how do you tackle this problem? Well, it's kind of easy. There is fortunately a option or a command, basically this limit option to use with SQL query, through which you can control what output will come in, basically the number of output that will come when your query gets executed. Here, you can just use 2 parameters or 1 parameter depending upon your needs. So if we have to specify 2 parameters in here, it will be like start from 0 number row and then show us till the 1, basically the 1 only. Or it can be like you start from 2 and then show 1, okay? So it says start from the second number row and then show only 1 row, okay? So ultimately it's gonna throw us the third number result, but let me not confuse you with that. Let's just use the basic syntax. That is gonna be only 1, because that's what we need. Only 1 result from the result of the query. Now we can hit enter, and there are some problems. I got it. What I did here is I commented out the whole sign. The comment should not be here, but instead it should be after the limit. And now it should work. We say semicolon, and you can see we have only 1 result in front of us with this payload, okay? So we can now just copy this same payload and go into the application and try it. Also, we might just want to put an semicolon by ourselves, because after that it will get ignored. The semicolon that is already put in the last of the command, that will already be gone and that will be useless because of this commenting sign. For that reason, I have specified it here only, and now we can say okay, login. You can see it says login. Even if we remove the semicolon, it will still say logged in. That's alright. So this is how you use the limit function to bypass a situation where it is checking the number of rows returned from the PHP code side. Now this check can also be done from the MySQL side itself. So where here you will have something like count, and that will be checking the number of rows returned. So that's gonna be from SQL side. So we will be learning about that thing in the next lecture. And now let me take a leave. Okay, so let's check our next example, SQL 7 or the lab 7. As always, let's check its source code first. In XAMPP folder, htdocs, SQL 7. I'll open the PHP file with Notepad++, and you can see here's the difference in the SQL query. A new count is added over the star. So now the query is basically this. And it's a similar situation just like last time. It is going to take result from this query. In here, it will fetch the rows, the counted number of lines that were counted from this query as a result, and those results will be fetched by the PHP, and it will check if the first result, the first line of the result is 1 or not. If it is, then it will let you log in. If it is not, then it will not let us log in. So just the difference is, last time it was checking here in the PHP, but this time it's directly from the SQL. Let's go to our query.sql, and this is the condition now. Select count star from sign in, where username is equal to this and password is equal to this. Okay, so first of all, let me try our previous examples. That was putting in apostrophe or 1 is equal to 1 and this commenting sign. Say okay, login, and you can see it says wrong username or password. So let me explain that to you in here. You can see this is the command that we typed in that input field and it didn't work. The reason is, just like previous time, this is or 1 is equal to 1, which will throw us the result as all of the lines that are present in the database. So it's not gonna be 1 in any case, because my database has more than 1 line. Okay? Now, what was the previous solution that I gave you? It was to simply use the limit, right? You say limit and you used it. Let's use that now. We say okay, login, and it didn't work. What's the reason? Well, the thing is, limit will not work since the counting is already being done by the SQL from this query. So the line has already been counted. In our case, the counted lines is 4. So this is first getting counted by the SQL query, and after that this limit will limit the result to 1 line. But we want the value to become 1, not the line to be 1 only. So that doesn't work. What do you do in this case? Well, I have different solutions for different cases. For example, if you know a username, then you can just give it in here. Basically, in the input field, you say user, put an apostrophe to end or close the statement, and after that, just add this commenting sign to ignore whatever is after that. That means the password is getting ignored. So, what's the logic here? So, the logic here is that there will not be more than 1 user with the same username. So ultimately the result that we'll be getting is gonna be only 1. Okay, the value will be 1 after this counting. So this should work now. Let's try it on our target. So I say user, put an apostrophe to close that statement, put an commenting sign to ignore whatever is in the password, and say okay, login. You can see we are logged in now. Great. But what's the drawback of this solution? Well, it was that you need to know at least one username. Now, in most cases, you will just type something very common in here, like admin or root or guest, something like that. So the common usernames, you can try them, but in a lot of cases, that might not work. What's my next solution? Well, let me show you that. So now this one is related to knowing a column name, which is this one or maybe anyone else as well, and using the group by function to make sure that our counting is not for all of the lines but just for this particular column which has only one specific ID for it. So what it means now is select and count everything, basically every line from sign in named table where username is equal to this, that means our general query, or 1 is equal to 1, which will throw us all of the results. Then after that, I say group by username column. So username here is again a column. Now again it means that it is not going to count every single line by its own, but instead it will just take this username specific column and it will count everything as a whole in this column. So ultimately what will be our result? It will be like 1, 1, 1, 1 because we have exactly 4 number of lines or data or rows in our column. Now because this PHP code of the target application is gonna check only the first one, then we will get logged in. Of course, there might be even the PHP and SQL restrictions put at once, but in that case you may just go ahead and use the limit one, but in this case it's not required. It's just the restriction from the SQL side, and then the PHP is just checking if it is really 1 or not. Okay, so this was using the group by, and let me just show you that on the target. This was what I typed in here. And okay, I forgot one thing. I'll have to put this commenting sign as well. So let me do that in here. Dash dash space dash. And say login. Yeah, so you got logged in. That was easy, but what's the drawback of this solution? Well, again, you had to know at least one column name, like this username, which has a specific ID of it, which is being counted. But what will you do in a situation when you neither know any username, nor you know the name of the column? So here's the solution. You just put an apostrophe in the username field to close the string. Then you start with your command, that is union select 1, and then after that it's comment. So you have to take care of only this part. What it means is now is it will count everything, all the lines from the sign-in table where username is equal to nothing. That means there will be of course no username, which will not have any username, which will be completely blank. This is not gonna be a case. So in that case, you will get a result as what? Your result will be 0, of course. Now because you specified this union select 1, a virtual row with the 1 will be created below this one, okay? So if you remember in the union based SQL injection lecture, I have taught this to you very well, that how to create virtual row using the union select command. You're selecting something which doesn't even exist. So that's why a virtual row has been created. And because our application is checking this one, on the top side, we will have to change its order because this first one is still 0. So how can we write this in the reverse form? Well, it's easy. You can just say order by 1, descending order, okay? So in this case, the result will reverse to 1 and 0. And because this application will only check for this 1 in here, you should get logged in. Let's try this. And you can see we got logged in. So this was how you used the 3 methods which I taught you in this lecture, by using a username, by using the column name, and when you don't know nothing, you use the union select operator to basically make a virtual row which you reverse in order by using the ordered by 1 in the descending order. And this is how you basically bypass this application which was checking the number of rows returned from the SQL side. So this was all about this application and this video. Let's get started with our next lab from the next lecture. Okay, so let's continue with our next example, that is SQL8. We'll have to go to our XAMPP directory, htdocs, SQL8, and to see the source code, we will right click on the PHP file and say edit with Notepad++. I open it and you can see here is the change. So it is using a preg match, that is a regular expression in PHP, which basically means whether a string contains matches of a particular pattern or not. Okay? So what is happening here is it's filtering all the white spaces that you type. And when I say spaces, that can be of any type. That can be a tab space, that can be a new line space, that can be a regular space. So any kind of space. But that will get detected using this preg match regular expression of PHP. Now in this case, this \s means all the white spaces, and it is being checked for the username field and also for the password field. So if any white space by you is found, then it will say space not allowed. This is the error that it will throw, and then it will die. That means close the application. So let's see this example on our browser. Here it is. This is the URL of it. And let's try our normal expression, or 1 is equal to 1. So you can see I have typed my regular expression, or 1 is equal to 1, and this commenting sign in here, I say okay login, and it won't work. Why? Well, the reason is, how can we put a space in our payload when the PHP is not allowing us to do so? So we cannot put any space in there, and when we use it, you see we get the error and our payload doesn't work. What can we do in this situation? Well, there is a special commenting sign. I believe I have already told you about that, but we haven't used it so much. But we can try that this time when the spaces are not allowed. That is / and star. And this is a special kind of commenting sign. So we also have to close it by using a star and then this / again. After that, you do the same for other spaces like this. And instead of this commenting sign, you can just use a hash or maybe just -- without a space. The nice one will be using a hash, and because this is a comment, don't hesitate to type any comment in here, doesn't matter, so to type. I will do that in one case, and here I'll leave it as it is just to show you both cases. So let me type anything in here like A and say okay, login, and you can see we got logged in. So this was how we bypassed this white space filtering using this commenting sign, that is / star and * to close it. So this is practically just acting like a space, but it's not really in space, but we can use it as you just saw. So this was how we complete the SQL8 lab, and let me see you in the next lab, SQL9. Okay, so let's check our next example, which is gonna be SQL9. This is the URL to access the site. First of all, let me show the source code in the folder of XAMPP, htdocs, SQL9, and let's check the PHP code using Notepad++. So here, the first change that you see is this. It is now using a MySQLi real escape string, which is a very nice defense mechanism against the escaping characters like apostrophe and backslash apostrophe, things like that, which you try to close the string and then start with your code. This is a very nice way to defend it from the PHP part. But it is gonna be useless in this case, since there is one more change, that is, this time it's not going to ask for a username in the text format. Instead, it's about a user ID now, which will be, of course, a number. So because of that, you can see the command has been changed now. There are no apostrophe that you saw in the earlier labs, okay? And whereas in the password field, this MySQLi will still work, like this MySQLi real escape string. This defense mechanism is going to work for the password. So this is somewhere we will not be able to use any escaping character, and this is what we will see in this lecture. Let's move to our example here, okay? But before that, let me show you what happens when I type some user ID here, such as 1, and some random password. You can see it doesn't let me log in with some wrong credentials. Now let me try to type anything else, and you can see I'm logged in. So I did nothing, I just typed the right username and right password. Let me show you that. So you can see here I typed user ID as 1 and password as pass, and because these are the right credentials, I was able to log in. But as a hacker, you don't know the real admin password or any other user's password, so you cannot log in through this way. How do you hack it? Well, as we did earlier, you just want to use the OR after an apostrophe and then 1 is equal to 1, then some hash mark and say okay login. You can see it doesn't work this time. Why? Well, see, this is happening because of this. First of all, it is asking for an user ID, not a username. So we cannot type any text here mainly. But even if we can, the problem is with this, MySQLi real escape string. This is not going to allow us to do anything else here. Okay? So we cannot try to put any apostrophe here. Well, how do you bypass this? Well, see, in this case, as you can see, this is the string, okay? And it is, in the user ID field, it is not going to use any apostrophe. So instead of using an apostrophe by yourself, you can just try with something like or 1 is equal to 1 right here only, okay? And this way, it should work. So you're just not talking about that whole apostrophe string and just using this part, okay? So let's try this and see if it works. 1 or 1 is equal to 1, and because we said in hash here, that is a commenting sign, we don't care about the password. I say okay login, and you can see I got logged in. So it was how you bypass a numeric field like this one, user ID, and because in the PHP code there is this MySQLi real escape string enabled for the password as well. Let me show you that what will happen if you type something in user ID like 1 but some SQL injection payload in the password field, because that's what a lot of people might be thinking. So if I just say apostrophe or 1 is equal to 1 hash mark here as well and it's okay login, it won't work because of that defense mechanism. Okay, let's take another example, that is using in slash apostrophe or 1 is equal to 1, which was another example. and you can see it is still not letting us log in. So this is a very nice way to defend against SQL injections. Still, it's just the code part. In the upcoming lecture, I'll also teach you how to defend against these attacks, the real methods. But till then, you'll have to wait. And yeah, that's all for this lecture. Let's meet you in the next one. Okay, so let's check our next example or the next lab, that is SQL 10. First of all, I show you the source code. It is in the folder of XAMPP, htdocs, SQL 10, and I'll open up the PHP file. And you can see here are some extra things which were not present in the last labs. And first thing that you see here is always the MySQLi real escape string, which is still there for the password field. So practically, we won't be able to do anything with the password field again. And this time, the MySQLi real escape string has been removed from the user ID field, which of course, putting that doesn't make any sense. That's useless in that case. But the main part for this lab is this. It is going to check something with this regular expression, preg_match, that whether the input that you give in the user ID field in this place is that numeric, that means from 0 to 9 or not. Now there is a problem with that. You can see this caret sign. I don't know what exactly do we call this. The arrow like sign, upper arrow. I believe we call it as caret. So this sign basically, this has been put in here, and what it means now is that this will check if the first character that you give as the input here is that numeric or not. If that is not, then it will throw up the error that is only numbers allowed. But if you put a number in first place and something else after that, that will of course work again. So we can just try putting something like 1A in here, and you can see we get an error. Okay, because first field is numeric and A doesn't make any sense. So this error is basically our key to keep moving ahead. Okay, so now we can create our payload in the same format. The first character will be of course the numeric, and after that we can again put our or 1 is equal to 1 hash mark, and no doubt it is the same payload that we used in our last lecture. And because this lab is also just checking for the first character being numeric or not, it really doesn't disturb our payload. So we can just try to use this one only, 1 or 1 is equal to 1 without any apostrophe, hash mark to ignore the other stuff like the password, and then you say okay login. And you can see we got logged in so easily. This is how you bypass the lab number 10. Now let's move ahead to the lab number 11. Okay, so let's check our next example or the next lab, that is SQL 11. First of all, I show you the source code as always. I'll go to XAMPP folder, htdocs, SQL 11, and I open the PHP file with Notepad++. And this time you can see it's a similar code just like the last lab. But here, the caret or the upper arrow sign which was used last time isn't present. Instead of that, what it is using is an $sign. Now here what this $sign means is it will check for the last character, because that caret or the upper arrow sign means it will be checking the first character being numeric or not. If not, then it will throw this only numbers allowed error. If yes, then it will let you log in. Now in this case, it will just check for the last character because of this $. Now, how will you bypass it? Well, let me tell you how do you do that. So here I am on the website, the target, and as the last time if I try 1A, it's not gonna work because it says only numbers allowed. If I say A1, it will work because it is not checking for the first character. Instead, it's just checking for the last character being numeric or not. We say okay login, and we can see we are close to success. Okay, we are getting error. That means there are some chances of succeeding in it. Okay, so we can just write our payload in the same format. What we can do is we can just keep our or 1 is equal to 1, and actually we'll have to put a 1 here as well, I believe, or even if we don't put, doesn't matter. Still, let's put that, and at the end here we'll put a hash mark, and after that, because we want to keep the numeric value at the end, we will just put a hash mark and then we will say this numeric value. So like this, okay, and this one doesn't matter because at the end SQL is gonna ignore it due to this commenting sign. And let's say okay, login, and yep, we were logged in with using this payload. So this is how you bypass when a target is using only the $sign, not the caret sign, and it's just checking for the end character. So in that case, just put a hash mark and then put your numeric value. Anything that you type will at the end get ignored by the MySQL, but PHP will allow you because of that. So this is how you do that. And in the next lecture, let's see our next lab. Let's continue with our next example. That is gonna be SQL 12. Here I have it opened. This is the URL. You can see. First of all, I'd like to show you its source code. I'd go to the XAMPP folder in the C drive, htdocs and SQL 12. I open up the PHP file, and in this case as well, just like last time, the MySQLi real escape string has been set for the password, and user ID, putting that won't make any sense, so it's not there. Okay, it's good till here. And for the user ID, you can see the preg match is better now, because this time you can see both caret, which is starting of the input field, and the dollar, which is ending of the same input field, both of them are present in the code. So it will make sure that all of the input that is given by you in that whole line is some numeric value or not. So because of both caret and this $sign being present here, you won't be able to use any of the alphabetical character here in the input field. But there is one more change that you can see here is /m. Now m is basically a multi-line filter. So that means that this whole input field can accept multi-line input, and practically what that would mean is if we can provide one line of the input as complete numeric, so in that line there will be no extra alphabetical stuff, completely numeric, and in other line we can just provide our some kind of payload, okay, the text one, then it's all gonna work. Because of this multi-line filter, our one line, if that is numeric completely, it won't care about any other line. So it's all good. Let's see how do you do that. So as always, we can just try with our 1A first of all, won't work. If we try with 1A1, won't work because of this, like these two caret and $sign. What we can do, we can as always start with our or 1 is equal to 1 and 1 at starting as well, just to have something. And here after that we want to create a new line. Now if I just press enter here, you see our input gets sent. So we were not able to make a new line here. How can we make a new line? Well, first of all we can open up our burp suite tool. In the proxy tab, intercept, we will have to on the intercept, open the browser, get to the target address, and I'll have to forward the request. Here we have our page. What we can do is we can just go there and put our normal input, what we did in that Firefox, that is this one. And after this one, we want to create a new line. For that, we want to capture the request, make sure intercept is on again, say okay, login, and you have the request captured. Now here, you cannot just hit enter and use the new line because that won't work. So how will you use that multi-line? Well, for that, you will have to use the encoded URL format of the new line. How can you get that? Well, just go to the decoder tab. Here, just press enter and say encode as URL. So here you can see the result as %0a, which is the new line. So we can use it everywhere we want a new line. %0a. Okay, so I'll have to put the %0a manually, not a problem. And after that, we can specify a completely numeric string in the next line, 1, 2, 3. And after that, we can again make a new line. So %0a. And then we say forward. You can see we are getting an error. So at least we were able to bypass that filter of multi-line, but our SQL syntax has an error. Let me tell you what that error is. So basically, if I explain you the things in here, it is the scene behind the SQL query. So the SQL query might be something like this. Select star from sign in name table where user ID is equal to something and password is equal to something else. Now, what I have done is basically I have specified or1 is equal to 1. I have created a new line in here, okay, and I have said 1, like I had used the 1, 2, 3 in there. As you can see, 1, 2, 3. So the query is like this, okay, and after that I made another space which is like this. Now this is everything I have done. This isn't working because SQL doesn't knows what is this 1, 2, 3 and what is this space before this and password. So this is a problem. You will have to somehow make the SQL query to ignore this part. How can you do that? Well, for that you can just use the hash mark. Shift +2 button in your keyboard will get this hash mark, but this is not good for this example, since hash mark in SQL is just used for commenting out the same line on which this is placed. But our 1, 2, 3 and stuff is on another line. For that, you will have to use the /*, okay, because this is a multi-line commenter and this also requires to be closed. So we can just go out in here and we can try to close it. But we cannot do that in the input field directly. So we will do that later on the burp suite tool. But for now, this is what you wanna give in the input. Again, this is a multi-line commenting sign, but those hash and the -- or -- space -- something else will not work since they are just for the same line in which they are placed. Anyways, let me just now go again to that page and paste this as the input. Make sure the intercept is on. So give this as input and press the OK login button. You can see we have the request right here. Now we can put our %0a for creating the new line. After that, I have put this 1, 2, 3 to create a completely numeric line. Again, I'll be creating a new line with %0a. And here, I'll not forget to close the * sign so that this query can be managed properly, like this. So this should be the input. And let me also do one thing more in here, that I can put a hash here so that this password field can also be ignored, and that should be good. So I just press in hash, but I think that it might be working without even that hash. But anyways, let's just give this as the request and say forward. We can see now we are logged in. So this is how we bypass the SQL 12 lab Now from the next lecture, we are going to get started with our metadata extraction techniques, advanced stuff, because that is really important. We have exploited just this login field till now, and of course the basic stuff, but from now onwards we are going to know the advanced techniques of how to really extract data from these kind of login fields. So there is a lot of stuff coming on. For now, this was all for this lecture. Let me see you in the next one, where we'll continue with some next stuff. Okay, so now let's move ahead and talk about the metadata extraction. So as you know, what we were doing till now was just bypassing the number of labs, their login pages, and the goal was just to gain access to some user dashboard and the login page bypass, of course. Now our focus is going to change. Now we are going to talk about the metadata extraction, because it's not just about bypassing some login pages. It's about how much information are you able to gather from those attacks. So for that reason, we are going to move ahead from this lecture and talk about the metadata extraction. So we can get a number of different kinds of information, such as the column name, column number, and the database being used, and also things like the table and a lot much more. So as you can see, this is the simple query which our target might be using. Let's copy this fresh simple query into our query.sql, where I'll explain you the examples. So the first thing which I would like to tell you how to retrieve would be the number of columns in any database. I mean, in the current database that the application is using. Okay, so number of columns in target's current database. So, this is what you're gonna get. Number of columns in target's current database. For that, there is a operator called union in SQL, and this is something which will allow you to combine the result set or the output of two select statements. So we have already learned about these things in the earlier lectures, but now we are going to extract some data using it. Okay, so that data is going to be the number of columns in target's current database. But before that, you want to know about, to use union, there are two main rules that you want to know about. The first one is that whatever multiple select statements you're using, all of them should have the exactly same number of columns which you get from the result set. Okay, so columns should be exactly same, and also the columns under each other must be completely of the same type. Okay, so like for example, if one is of some numeric and other is something else, it might not work, or there are many things to talk about, but let's just not talk about that part right now. Just understand that this is a problem. So to overcome this problem, what we can do is we can select a number that is compatible with pretty much everything in all of our needs. So for example, first of all, let me break from the string, putting in apostrophe. I say something like union select, and after that we want to select a number. So for example, if we say 1 here, 1 is good as a number, but 1 might not be good as a date, because there might be different dates, right? So every number will have some or the other problems associated with it. So the best way to use the union select command would be nothing else but to use the null in the SQL payload, since null is compatible with every single thing. So it's very easy for us. Okay, and after that we can just put a hash mark so that all the password part and stuff like that can be ignored. So we can copy this now, go to our target, By the way, it's the SQL one, so there should not be any restrictions. I'll tell you how to apply the same thing on other labs later on. For now, this is a statement, I click login, which doesn't work. So we have a detailed error here. We generally do not have such detailed errors. Still we have when it says different number of columns. So we got to know that there are at least not one number of columns. We can try with 2. And also there are not 2 number of columns. Similarly, we can keep trying with 3, which doesn't work. With 4, which again doesn't work. But when we try with 5, it works. So what is our conclusion? Well, when we use the 5 null, then we get the result. So what that means is we get the conclusion that there are total 5 number of columns in the current database or the table that the application might be using. Now, of course, it's not important that the whole database will have only that much columns. Number might be different, but what the select statements are returning us is, in their result set is 5 number of columns. So that's all good. But when the target has a lot of different columns, it's not easy to keep trying every single null and typing it again and again. That's not practical. So we have another solution for it. That is using the order by keyword. So I just break out from this string, putting an apostrophe, and then I say order by. And generally when we use the order by keyword, we use it with some column name, but we can also use it by some number. Okay, so the column ID number, like 1. We can just take it simply to the target, and generally it's not 1 at all. So let's start with 3 only, because no target should have 1 number of columns. And yeah, I forgot one thing, that is putting a hash or something like some other commenting sign. Put it here as well, and then say login. What we got to know is this. So it's not an error saying wrong username or password. What this means is we have at least 3 number of columns in our target. That is the reason we are getting a result, not a error. So the benefit of using the order by would be that we can take a range. So as we did with 3 now, let's double it. Okay. When we double the number, you can see we are getting an error. That means there are no 6 number of columns in our target's current database. I mean the current table as well of the current database. So, we can try with some other value now. So we can try with 4 because that's the middle term of 3 to 6. I can see it says wrong username or password. We don't care because, that's just indicating us what we need. That means there are at least 4 number of columns. Now we can try with 5. And you can see we're still getting result. So in 6 we were getting an error. That means there are no 6 number of columns. In 5 we are able to get the result. That means that there are 5 number of columns in the current table of the current database of the target. Okay. So what else can we do? Well, now we can move ahead and try to get some database name, table name, column name, stuff like that as our information gathering through the SQL payloads. So let's do that. So here you can see I have something to explain you right here. And there is a database called information schema, and it is a basic SQL database structure. So don't ask me why this and that, because it's a general thing, generally system generated setup of any database made by MySQL. So for that reason, there is a database called information schema in any target. I mean, of course, if there are no custom setup then. And in this database, there are many tables. But for our purpose, we just need to know about 3 of them. That is schemata, which is a table which contains all the database names, and the tables table, that is something that contains all of the tables of the target, and the column table, that contains all of the column information which belongs to which table, which basically the database. So table name and schema means database. So this is what we are going to use right here, okay? And what are these schema name and all? Well, these are just columns which are coming in this whole table. Okay, so this is the database, this is the table, these all, and these are the columns. So whatever is coming after the star, those are all columns from which we want to confirm and extract things. Let's move ahead and talk about how do you really perform those attacks. So what we were learning in our earlier phases was we generally break out from the string, and if we wanted to bypass a login page, we type something like or1 is equal to 1 and this hash mark. Now this condition is true, for that reason we were getting logged in. Same thing is something we are going to try now, but not with 1 is equal to 1. What we can do, we can confirm things. So for example, if we want to get information of a database of the target, like if you want to confirm that some certain database exists on the target or not, we can just type in place of the first one and like these quotes, okay, single quotes, and then we can specify the database name. And after that, we can type here select. Now why these brackets am I using? Well, because it's a sub-select. Otherwise, there might be problem and it won't be compared these two values properly. So you'll have to use a sub-select by putting these brackets. And here, what you can do, you can extract the database name. How do you do that? Well, there is one more thing I'd like to teach you first of all. Otherwise, you'll get lost somewhere. So see, this application, the target application might be using some XYZ database, right? But how will it access any foreign database? Because that's what you wanna do in your attack, right? Because, information schema and its table is something you will have to achieve in the first command, in one command only. It's not like you'll first do something like use and then, use particular information schema, then showing the tables, contents of it. No, it's not like that. You just have one chance and like one command that you can run. So for that case, so for example, if your target is in the XYZ database, then you can directly access any foreign database table by first of all putting the information schema named like the database name and then specifying a dot and then the table name. So for example, schemata for the database information. So let me copy it and then here we can type it from the particular database, this table and this database. Okay, and here we will have to specify what we want to select here. So what you want to select, not star. We want to get the database name, for which we can just use schema name here. Okay, so select schema name from information schema.schemata, and here we'll have to specify something like limit. Why? Well, the reason is if you do not specify the limit statement or the limit keyword and then specify something like this 0 1, that means if you remember starts from 0 and check till 1, so one column. And the reason is, see, there can be a lot of entries in this particular column, right? And you want to limit the result to 1. So for that you're using the limit, otherwise the command might not work. And it will not work actually. Okay, so you will need it. And this should be our perfect statement. Let's try it. I'll copy it from here till the hash. Use it on the target. So I have typed the same whole thing, the payload, and let's try it. Doesn't work. So now we can try to see the second column name, okay, by putting start from 1 and then check till one more column. Still it says wrong username or password. Now what we can do, we can just go ahead and try with like some more. So, we can try it with 2, which doesn't work. We can try with 3, and we can keep trying till it's really working. Okay, so we can try with 5 here, and you can see it works. So what we got to know that the 5th database in our target server is this one, the W, but it is costing us a lot of time because we have to get the number as well, okay, of the target value or ID, or like, this is just the order of our whole database. So what we want to do here, we do not want to waste our time in this limit statement. There is one more way to achieve the same thing, the same result, okay, and to know that whether our target is using this or not, this database. So instead of that is equal to sign, you can use the in keyword, okay. Now you won't need the limit now, okay. So what this will do now is it will just check without any order or without anything that whether the result of this query that we specified under this, whether the database name comes or not. So that's all straightforward. We don't need to know about the limit and all. We can just easily do that. And first of all, let me copy it from here till the hash, and we'll use it on the target. I delete all of these stuff first of all and say paste. Okay, login, and yep, there exists any database with the name of W since we were able to log in. Okay, so we have achieved our first goal. Now how can we get information about our the database tables? Okay, so that's what we are going to do now, and I'll not talk about the limit and is equal to now because we of course have a better statement now, that is in, so we'll just keep using it. Now similarly, like last time, just use any common table name that you can think of. So I'll use something like sign in. You can even use a burp suite kind of brute forcer for this particular place so that it can brute force and check whether something exists or not using a word list. And here now it will change, so it's not schema name anymore. If you check this notepad file, it's table name. Okay, so you'll have to select that. So what you want to select now, you want to select the table name, write that, and after that information schema. And which table? Well, it was the tables table, just to specify that. And after that, you also want to specify the database, otherwise from where it will check. So you will have to specify the database name, and that is in the column of the table schema under the tables table. So the table schema should equal to what? It should equal to the database name that we just got. That was W, right? Just copy this statement now from here, hash to the starting up, which was still here, copy it, and then go to our target, delete everything, paste it, and here we have our statement to check if any table with this particular name that we just specify here exists on some specific database that we specify right here, exists on the target server or not. Press login. Yep, we logged in, so we are sure that it works. But if we type anything wrong here, you will see it won't work. Or maybe if we type something wrong in the sign in place, that is what we are comparing the result of the select statement with, something random, doesn't work. So when you're able to log in, you're sure that yep, that's the situation, what you have typed is really true. Okay, what is our next goal? Well, similarly like last time, we will be getting the columns now. So the method will be the same. It's very easy. We want to select the column name, right? Copy that, replace with table name. Then from which table of the information schema, you want to select it with the columns named database. So you can see it's columns. And then you have to specify the table schema, not table schema, yeah, table schema only. You have to specify that, but you will also have to specify the table name, since you also want to select the table because, so from which table you will be checking for the specific name that you specified. So after the specifying of the database, also specify the, so I'll have to specify the table name. So I was just saying, after specifying the database name, also specify this particular table name. And table name is equal to what? Well, we can use sign in here because that's what we discovered previously. Also in here, we can change the sign in to something else. So this sign in will go into something different. And we'll write here the some of the column name. Since username seems to be a very common column name, we can try with that. And I believe this should work this way. So let's try it on our target. Copy it, take it to the target, delete everything first of all, and then say paste. This is the exact query that we want to use in order to extract the column information, that whether a column exists on a specific table of the specific database that we specified on the specific target that on which we are using the attack basically. So yeah, let's say login, and yep, we logged in again. So what that means, our condition is correct and we are able to know that username named column exists on our target. That's how you extract some of the common metadata using these common techniques. And of course, you can use the burp suite and the similar semi-automated tools in order to brute force these parameters for you so that you can save your time and you will not have to do the hit and trial manually, because that's something very impractical. Or maybe I can just tell you in a particular video how to do that. So yes, we'll do that later on. And that's all for this lecture. You can see we covered all of this stuff. We first of all knew that how to extract the column number, how many columns exist on the target. We got to know about the database searching. We got to know about the table searching. Table searching is here. So we got to know about table searching. We got to know about the column searching in these techniques, and it's very, very easy. You can do it on all of the targets. The only thing left is for you as a homework to try the same metadata extraction techniques on the other targets. So we have already done the bypassing of all of the login pages. Now your goal, your homework is to bypass all of those pages and like extract all of this information using the same techniques that I told you. First of all, the union select, null, things like that, and the order by keyword, and then these all extraction techniques of database name, table name, and username. So yep, that's what we want to cover in this video. I believe that's all for this one. Let's meet up in the next one where we will see how to speed up the hit and trial method using some semi-automated tools. And if you face any of the problems, please let me know and I'll help you with hacking that specific lab and extracting metadata information from that one. And I'll also be teaching you some specific labs, not all of the, but somewhere where you need to know some, some advanced kind of things. Not very hard, but still some tricky part. I'll cover that one. And for now, that's all I want to teach you. Let's meet up in the next one where we'll continue with some nicer stuff. In this lecture, let's see how to utilize a semi-automated tool such as burp suite in order to speed up the process of hit and trial method that we used to do manually until the last example. So earlier what we used to do was we used different payloads and we manually tried to put some of the common numbers or some database or table or column names in order to check if something like that exists on the target server or not. But that's not practical in real life to think about some common things yourself, and most of the times that's not going to work. So in those cases, the best idea is to just capture the request after sending your payload and then brute force the required parameters to get your desired result. So for this lecture, what I have done is I have got 2 of the payloads in here. Now, you can actually apply the technique on any of the other payloads that I have taught you till now, apart from that union select null null null, because that is quite impractical, and also the brute forcing task for it would be quite different, but we don't need it, so we won't bother for doing anything about that right now. We are going to talk about 2 examples so that you understand better, which are going to be the first one, order by 1, which is for finding the number of columns on target server's current database, whichever it is using, and the second payload, which is this one, will be for checking the suspected database name that we given here in this parameter that exists on the target or not. So first of all, open up your Burp Suite tool. Here's what it looks like in the 2020 latest version. Just go to the proxy tab, intercept is on, just off it, and then open up the browser. Under that, open up your target. Here it is. Now, if you just try the same payload manually in here, if you check login, you can see it says wrong username or password. To get the number of columns on the target, you'll have to keep trying the same process till you log in. So you will try with 2 and 3 and then so on till you get a result. And also the same would be for the second one. You will have to try a lot of parameters, a lot of different names in the XYZ where we have written it in the payload. In this part, you will have to change it by different names, and that's really impractical to think the names by yourself and then try them and see if it works. So for that reason, you will need a word list to brute force the target. But for now, let's just start the process by Burp Suite, and then on the way we will create our word list. Okay. So first of all, on our Burp Suite window, we will on the intercept, open the browser, type anything, any payload in here, say okay, login. You can see Burp has been highlighted. If we go there, you will be able to see that here is our request. What you can do is you can just right click and then say send to intruder. This is a tab where we generally do the brute forcing attacks. Set the attack target to whatever needed. Port can be 443 or 80 or anything else depending upon your target. On the positions tab, choose the sniper, and here down below in the username parameter, you will have to see that you don't want to set everything as the payload position. So just clear it, clear everything, and just select what you want to replace with your word list. So don't select the whole payload here because that's not going to change. Only a part of your payload is going to change, and that is the point to explain you this in this video, to just select a part of that payload where things really change. Otherwise, all the payloads are same, so why bother to create a word list with the same payload with different numbers? You can just make a simple word list containing all the numbers, selecting this as a payload position, and then brute forcing it very easily. So just add it right here as a parameter or position for the payload. Then go to the payloads tab, and here is the place where we will have to make our word list. So you have 2 options right here. Either you can create a word list yourself or download one somewhere from the internet. There are many available on Google and on GitHub. You can download it from there. For now, let's just create something by ourselves. So now you can see here we had our order by 1. So we want to have numbers as our word list. Okay, a lot of numbers, we'll have to write them like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10. Because that's what we want to replace in the position of 1. Okay, we can just copy it go to burp suite and say paste. All of our payloads are listed in here right now, and without any further change, we can just say start attack. When we say start attack, it gives us some warning of the burp intruder saying that it's not the full version. Not a problem, we know about that, so we'll just hit OK. And our attack has been started. Wherever we get the required result, you can indicate things from there. So here you can very easily see that we have the length somewhere here, and after that it's becoming different. So we can easily see in the response of the 6th payload whose length is different, we can render the stuff and see the output. So this is the output here, unknown column 6. So if we see the 5 now, you can easily see it says wrong username or password. So it's now very clear that we are getting a result from the 5th payload, which was the request of 5, and from here we can easily come to a conclusion that our target in its current database, or in its current table of the current database, it has only 5 columns in there. So that's pretty clear. Let's just try with our next payload now. The next SQL payload. This one, which is for checking some suspected database name to check if it exists on the target or not. We can again on up the intercept on our burp suite window, proxy tab. It's already on. I'll off it and then on again. On the browser, move back, put our payload. Here's the place where we will have to replace our payload with. But for now, let's say okay, login. We get the request right here in the burp window. Right click, send to intruder. Here, set the attack target as it is, or maybe make any changes according to your target. Go to positions, clear everything, and then set what exactly you want in the place. So here, because in our payload, this is the part of the payload where we want to replace with different database names. For that, we can just go on to the burp suite window again and only set the XYZ as the payload position. So click on that, drag till the Z, and then say add. And you can see it has been selected as the payload position. Go to the next tab of payloads. Here we again have to create a payload. What we can do? Well, we can just download a word list from the internet, or we can create one ourselves. In my case, I'm going to make one myself. Alright, so here I have made a simple word list which basically contains the alphabets. So this is what I suspect being the names of different databases on the target. And of course, it's not related to real world. In real world, you may have big names of it with many characters. But for now, for an example, this is what we are going to take as the word list. I copy it up and paste on the payload options right here. And then we can start the attack simply. Again, that warning that our version of burp suite is the free one. Well, we know that, so we'll say okay. Attack has been started. You can keep looking at the length. Okay, so our attack has been finished. Now, just keep looking at this length as I said previously as well. And wherever you find it something different, that's your shot. You can see in our case, everywhere else it was 244, but in this place, where it is using W as the database name or the payload on the SQL query, there it's 226 instead of 244. So we got to know that this is the right database name. We can just confirm it by going to the response tab, selecting render, and here we'll say we are logged in. But on any of the other length, their request, we will have wrong username or password. So this is how we got to know, using the semi-automated tool Burp Suite, that how to speed up our hit and trial method. Instead of that manual method, we just use the Burp Suite tool, again with a word list, to select the payload positions, the right one, and only a part of the SQL payload, and then we performed our attack, and according to the result, we came to some conclusion. And that conclusion can be anything depending upon which kind of attack are you doing using that word list and which particular payload you're using as the SQL one. So this was all for this lecture. Let me move ahead with some other topic in the next one. In this lecture, let's see the use of ASCII characters in our SQL injection payloads. So in some specific labs of our SQL injection course, we have some different situation where we have to utilize the ASCII characters, where the use of the normal characters A, B, C, D, something like that, those alphabets and the numbers that you type in raw form, that's not gonna work. So for those cases, we will see in this lecture that how can you bypass that situation with the use of ASCII characters. So let's see. The two labs which I wanna show you in this lecture are the SQL4 and the SQL5. So you can see these are the PHP code of both ones, and we will be starting up with the SQL4. So what happens in SQL4 is basically you have one apostrophe, and whenever you give this as an escaping character in the input field, it gets replaced due to the PHP code into two apostrophes. So you type one apostrophe for the purpose of escaping, but it becomes two. So practically putting that apostrophe will not help you to write some real SQL query instead of a normal string. I'll just copy up a fresh SQL code from here, paste it in query.sql, where I'll show you the examples. Now, what we were doing till now was putting an apostrophe saying or, and after that the any statement that you would like. So for example, 1 is equal to 1. Of course, we are doing metadata extraction now, not any login bypass, but still I'm gonna show you this thing, that what happens, how we bypass the situation. So, you type one apostrophe as an escaping string, it gets double, so it becomes 2. How do you bypass that? We have already seen the logic and everything when we were doing this for the first time. So it was just putting a backslash in first, and this will just mean that you didn't want to close the string, but you wanted to type an apostrophe in between the string, and this string closes where? Here. So with the apostrophe that sql.php file is putting right here. And after that, whatever you type is recognized as an SQL query. So this is the logic here, and let's also see the logic of SQL5. So here the scene is, you have one apostrophe that you type in the input field as an escaping character, but it gets replaced by nothing. So practically you are not allowed to put any apostrophe, and even if you do it, it will just get removed due to this PHP code of SQL5 lab. What you will do in that situation? Let me show you that. So here we have a normal SQL query, and whenever we type any apostrophe here, and using which we try to break out from this string, and then we type any of the SQL query right here, like or 1 is equal to 1 or anything else, you already know about this as well, that this is not gonna work, since that apostrophe that you type, that will be avoided completely. Okay, and that is not gonna work. Okay, so because our one apostrophe that we type, that gets replaced by nothing. What we did in this situation was nothing, but in this place we just put in the username field and backslash, and then this becomes a string till this place, so till password. And after that, whatever you type in the password field, after putting in space, which is important, whatever you type, that will get executed as a query. So this is the logic of the second lab, the SQL 5, and on the basis of which we want to extract the metadata. How do you do that? Well, the command for that is going to be the following. So let me write that first of all here. So as you know, we have always used the 1 is equal to 1 in all of our payloads. But since we do not want to bypass any of the login screen here with this statement, we will not use it. Instead, we can just, as the last time, use any name in here, okay? So any database name, for example, if we are taking example of checking database name, just put apostrophe here, and after that, you can just write and subselect and then write your query. So this was our query. We just, instead of that all 1 is equal to 1, we put an database name to check its name if it exists on the target server or not. And then we use a subselect to select the schema name, that means the database name column from information schema named database, of which specifically the schemata named table. And because we are using is equal to here and we don't want the results to be a lot and cause any problems in our attack, for that we have used an limit here. So practically what it means is it will start checking from the 0 line and it will check till the first one. So it's just gonna check the row 1. Otherwise, we can just remove this is equal to here and say in and remove this whole limit statement right here. This should be our perfect query, and if you think so, let me tell you, are you correct or not? I paste it right here and you see it doesn't work. It throws out some error. How will you deal with this situation? Well, that's where you have to use the ASCII characters. Well, the reason for this not working is that your apostrophes are being doubled. So when you type 1 apostrophe, this becomes like that, and this as well. So when it is doubled, you might be thinking that we can just use some backslash here and maybe here as well, or maybe here somewhere, and that should start working. Well, no, that's not working, because the only way to make it work would be that when you have some starting string, but this place, the between these two quotation marks or apostrophes, you do not have access to modify anything. This is coming from the PHP side. You can do anything here, and even with this place. So if you type in backslash before the A, it's not going to work. Now this time, maybe you will not have any way to move ahead. Well, you have one actually. So whatever you suspect as a database name, instead of using that whole normal character and for which you will have to use the apostrophes, you can use the ASCII characters where you do not even need to put these apostrophe. For that, you can take a look at the ASCII table. And this is something you can get all over the internet very easily. I'll also give an text file to you containing all the common ASCII characters and the hex value that you need. So from here, you can just see the character whatever you want. Like for example, if the database name is suspected being W, then just check its hex code, okay, 0x77, copy it and then use it on the target without any apostrophe. So this is how you use the ASCII characters in your SQL payload. Let's see if it works or not. We copy it, go to our target right here, say paste, okay, login, and yep, we are logged in. But if we use a wrong ASCII characters, such as, for example, 0x61, which is for A, it won't work. So you can clearly see the difference between the two strings. Okay, so you can clearly indicate that whether a statement is true or not. If it is true, then you will log in. If it is false, then you will not get logged in and get that wrong username or password error. So that is very easy to indicate things. We can try the same with our next lab, that is gonna be SQL 5. We can go there in the following URL. And what was the case here? The case was your one apostrophe is being replaced by nothing. Now in that case, what you will have to do, you will have to, I have already told, use an backslash right here in the first field of username and type after a space in the password field your query. So you can just copy the same thing, the whole statement that we used here in the SQL 4, and use it as it is on the target. So just copy and don't forget that space, that is important. Otherwise it may not work, and it will not work actually, not may. Just paste it right here. This is the whole payload, you can see again. So okay, login and wrong username or password. What's the problem? So it's W, it's right. Here we can see our payload being right. So okay, the slash is right. In schema name from information schema.schemata. Okay, so I got the problem. It's nothing but our mistake that why are we, even after learning the backslash, we have to put that in username, and in password field we'll have to use it. That was our mistake. So we'll have to use it in password. And that's what I was thinking from a long time. Why isn't that working? Suddenly I realized that it's just because we didn't use that backslash on the username field. We were directly trying the payload there. And now let's hope that this should work. Okay, login, and yeah, it works. So with that, we can be sure if a statement that we give that is correct or not. We can use with some other hex code to see if false statement gives some error or not. 64 is of D. So practically it will just check if our target has some D named database on their server or not. In the password I paste it. Okay, login, and you can see because that was a false statement and no database named as D exists on that target server, it doesn't let us log in. But it was letting us log in when the statement was correct. That means with the 77 hex code of the ASCII value, and because there existed a W named database on the target. Since this is the hex code or the ASCII hex code of the W named database. So this is how you use the ASCII characters, and the reason I told you this because I thought maybe you wouldn't be able to do that yourself. And by the way, with this lecture I have attached two things. First of all, the table of ASCII characters, this one in a text format, and also one more thing, that because I am not going to demonstrate all of the queries for bypassing all of the labs and metadata extraction techniques, for them, for you to take as a reference, I'll just attach that query.txt text file so that you can know which queries really work. So whenever you feel that you are not able to pass any lab and extract the required data, you can take reference from that. Even after that, if you do not understand, just let me know in the Q&A or messages and I'll help you out. So that's all for this video, and let me see you in the next one.